and video studio inside T-Shirt Kings. Photography. So if you want to have a photo shoot or anything like that, we're having a special 30-minute shoot. As many pictures as you take, we just email them all to you. You don't have to worry about prints. You get your pictures back before you leave. And so everything that you've always imagined that a photo shoot or that video production should be, we're bringing it to you.
Yeah. Y'all actually won an award, the Boss Mag 2009 Ohio Hip Hop Award. Y'all won for that media outlet thing.
Man, I don't even know.
Like y'all won. He didn't even know he won it.
What'd you say? Who was it?
You won the Boss Magazine 2009 Ohio Hip Hop Award. Congratulations.
What's up? I am back.
Yeah.
Praise God, I'm back. I've been on a hiatus a little bit with some health things, but God is good, and I'm back. And I am back with some fire today. Welcome to Coach K's Sports Corner. It's the podcast up here, and we're doing it, and we only do local talent that came from here, products of Dayton, that made their way and did big things, are doing big things still. And today's guest, we got, first off, let me introduce my co-host. She's a guest too. But my little sister, Tamika. Hey, wait a minute. You mean head coach.
Yeah.
Now, this is what's crazy.
Oh, what's crazy?
The last time she was here, we talked about it. And I talked about her. I was telling her, well, we nuts.
Yeah.
I said, girl, you got the charm. You can be the head coach. Power 5 somewhere. You can be a big Division I head coach. You got it. Because I watched her team play up at Wittenberg, and I was just so impressed with her. And I said, you can do this. And all the while, this broad is keeping secret. And I was like, she said, I'm geeking. I'm geeked. I'm telling her this stuff. And I'm like, yeah, Tamika, you can do this. And you can make it happen. Yeah. What I SMED? Yeah. You can make it happen.
What day was the next day?
It was the very next day.
Remember, wait a minute. Remember, she said, after the show, she said, I got something to tell you. I was like, huh? She said, I'm going to call you tomorrow.
Right.
And I'm going to tell you. So I'm like, okay. How
Let
that?
you go to the phone.
Man, she called me. She was like, yesterday, when you asked me was I going to be in town, yes, I was in town. That I'm here with UD. They offered me. I'm like, what? I said, oh my goodness. I
was so happy.
Yeah.
We was this close to being the breaking news.
Right. We could have broke it. But it's all good. Yeah. But we got
Terry knew before anybody. It was like Terry, Richard, my baby sister, and UD.
I feel special.
Yeah.
I feel special.
It's got to be confidential.
Yeah, I feel special. So I'm thankful for that.
Friday morning, before I signed my contract, I had to call some people.
I couldn't make it to her, all of her stuff, but she understands why I couldn't get there. But I'm so blessed to have her here with me. I'm just happy, for her because I am a Flyer fan. I will be at the games.
Yes.
I will be hollering. With my shirt, it might be a little small on me, but I'm going to get a unique Flyer shirt if I got to get one made by my man SMED.
Yes, man.
Yes.
T-Shirt King.
It won't be licensed, but it's going to be. It's going to fit. And also tonight, I'm going to tell y'all something. I'm a coach. I've been coaching high school for years, and I tell kids about, all the kids I've coached, the young people I've coached in my time, and the people that have, prevailed and persevered through life and through life struggles to accomplish something and be where they are. Well, today I am fortunate enough to have somebody that, I get a little emotional about just because of his journey and things that he has accomplished. Because I watched him from, a small young man, 14 years old, coming up to Colonel White with some jump shoes on, dribbling a basketball, football practice, and I'm like, what the hell? I'm like, what the hell he got? I'm still like, what you got on your feet, man? And he's like, oh, they make you jump hard. and he was wearing the thing, and he was walking the current white in the thing. Y'all hear me though.
Those my Go Flyers.
He was walking the current white in them thing, and he was practicing them things. He did everything in them shoes.
Yeah.
And I was like, what the hell? And he just, I'm gonna let him tell his story a little bit. But if he starts to sidetrack and don't tell y'all some stuff, I'm gonna
Right, let's go.
I'll tell you right now. I'm just going to
tell
break.
because I feel like the people and parents need to know, what this man has done to get where he is.
Absolutely.
But I'm gonna introduce him. That's my man, Steve Wright.
Let's go.
I love this
The
guy.
legend.
I appreciate this guy. Yes, I got a big crowd.
Go, yeah!
So we got fire tonight. We got Tamika Williams and Steve Wright.
That's legendary.
So, before I go any further, I'm going to go ahead and let Tamika say a little something about her and her UD situation.
Yeah.
And being there. Go ahead, Meek.
It's a true blessing to be able to be less than 15 miles in proximity from Carrie Ivy every day.
Not for
when,
me.
When they announced the first thing to Randall and I, like, he would never be more than 20 miles in proximity from me.
Right.
It's a true blessing because I never saw myself back here.
Right.
Not in a bad way.
No, I understand.
I just didn't. I had been gone for so long that I just never saw myself back here. I don't think you do when you've been living how I have been. With Mom, with her last Thursday, she was acting fool, just had me laughing. My baby sister's moving, so I was down the street. At the local restaurant down the street.
Okay, we'll say it like that.
I don't know if it's sponsored by your show.
It can be. It's all good. It's all love.
I don't want you to be like that.
No, it's all good. You got sports.
Okay, you said that.
Okay, that's some people. They some people.
Okay, and so it's just fun to be somewhere and not that everybody knows you, but just like the amount of support.
Yes.
I did not equate that into my equation of taking the job.
Yeah.
I did not ever think like I never thought about I had to make a decision fast, but like I'm coming back to the city that built me.
Yes.
Like the city that made me. Everybody knew mama. The kids might not know, but like they know my mama or my mama talked to them like you, right? Or just that connection. I had zero red bubbles. I'm super OCD about my phone. I answer every email.
Right.
Okay? I'm super OCD. I'm just gonna put that out there because Carrie might not know that I had serial killer and some things about me are very serial dexterous.
Right.
And Saturday when they announced it, it was like 10:30, 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
I had zero bubbles on my phone.
Wow.
Next thing
Tuesday night, which was the first time I could just be like, like when you do things, it's like having a kid hit you like this thing is gonna get all the time. Like that's when it hit me. And I was sitting there, I had 599 bubbles.
Wow.
Text message. And I was answering some of them.
Yeah.
And then my direct message was like,
because I know I called you a couple times and I'm like, she couldn't call me back. But she called me and she called me Sunday night and she was like, I want you to come to the press conference tomorrow. And I'm like, man, I wish I could. I got some things I got to do, but I want to be there. And I told her, I said, I want to be there, but I know it was crazy. I know it's crazy. I know it's been crazy.
that's it. That's everything.
But I know
that means everything.
one thing about you, you were like, what y'all don't know is, she still got a job to do. And she packed her stuff up, came to Dayton, and she's been on the ground running ever since, signing people, telling me, I got to go to Milwaukee this day, I got to go see this person, I got to go see that person. And then what's crazy is, from that show, people learned our relationship, our friendship, this brother-sister love that we have. And it's not just the love of, that I just met you when you was playing ball. I used to rub your mom's stomach when you were in there. Literally, I rubbed her mom's stomach.
Yeah, you're that old.
I'm that old. I was in there. Her mom was my teacher, and she was my favorite teacher. So and then I grew up with her brother and her sister. We grew up together at Resurrection. So the relationship was always, and then we just bonded. It was just crazy because her mom used to hit me with a ruler all the time. And, I'm like, yes, ma'am. That's how I talk to her. So. But the love is just there, and her dad and everything that it was always just, every time I would see it was hugs and love. And I'm so proud of you, and I'm happy for you, and I know the city of Dayton is going to support you.
Yes.
They're going to come, and no matter how hard it gets, how tough it gets, we're going to support you, and we're going to be here for you. But I know what you're going to do with that program. I know what you're going to do. You're going to do it. You're going to make it happen.
You got it. You got it.
You 10 toes in it.
Yep.
You're going to make it happen. I know you are. And you're going to go out, you're going to recruit, you're going to get the girls that's going to come here. I hate to see, we got a lot of girls from Dayton that's gone. They're playing elsewhere. And I'm like, damn, I wish Tamika was here then. She would get all those girls right here at UD and build a powerhouse. And be here 20 years.
That's what I hear a lot. Don't be trying to come here and leave.
Be here 20 years.
But just look, you need to stay here forever.
Right.
So I said, okay, I'll be here forever.
And then, if y'all wasn't on the show last time, I don't know how many people, but if y'all wasn't on the show last time, this is something y'all need to know. I don't know if you know this, Steve. When she was getting recruited in high school, first, Ohio State.
This dude is crazy.
Ohio State sent a private plane here to pick her up and fly her back to Columbus for her official visit.
It's legendary.
Man, I said, wait a minute. I called Daquan. I said, Daquan, I would call Daquan right here on the set. I said, Daquan.
Hi, Daquan.
Did they come get you? No. I said, Jeff.
Right.
Did they come get you? No. Keith Byers.
Right.
Did they come get you? I have to drive.
They're trying to get it.
Your ass had a free flight. My man said they flew you.
Flew out.
10-minute flight.
Man, that's all you remember even getting to the air.
We did a couple circles up there.
But that's legendary, man. That's legendary.
That is
So we're sitting
legendary.
here with a true queen of the game and just the whole circle of the game.
Yeah.
True queen, and I love you and I thank you for being here. It's crazy.
It was crazy though. She was legendary. I remember when
That shit was always in the gym.
At Westwood.
I remember when Gino came in into the gym at Westwood.
He was there.
I was probably 12, 13.
I know you was looking like.
I was a college basketball fanatic. I knew
Yes, he
everything
was
about
everything
basketball.
basketball.
So, I seen Gino, still to this day, I'd never forget him walking into that gym, man.
See, I didn't know that. See, that's stuff, man, that I think we're missing, and we're gonna get to that. I think we're missing around here to the true essence of the game, where y'all were in the gym, y'all were working on y'all games, y'all were
Westwood.
Yeah.
Kaiser.
y'all were working on it. You weren't up there playing, running full courts. You were working on your game, getting up shots, dribbling,
Walking on your tippy-toes.
walking on your tippy toes, walking in jump shoes.
Jump shot.
It worked.
They were.
They work. I know they work because you got a legendary dunk that I was up there like, damn,
They work.
he banged it. It made you a legend. But I'm going to introduce Steve Wright. Go ahead, Steve. Go ahead and talk a little bit.
Man, I mean, it's an honor to, be on the show for us. You like family, to me like family. You just my dude. I always, wasn't supposed to make it. Out of Westwood, and I persevered through a lot. And going into college, a lot of people didn't think I was gonna make it. I was a Prop 48. A lot of these guys don't know what a Prop 48 is.
No.
But you don't play your first year, you got to graduate and get 85% of your degree back. And I did it. And played at VG, transferred to Northern Kentucky during their Division II era. Was one of the top players in the country, top 5.
No. Go ahead. You are what? All of what?
All-American.
Say it. First team All-American.
Division II.
Yeah, first team All-American.
First team All-American. I was playing in the conference, and they gave me an opportunity to go overseas and play at a high level, and I did that for 6 years, and started playing when my daughter started kindergarten, and went back and got my master's and got into coaching. So I didn't coach on the grassroots. King James Shooting Stars. I started me and my man Quincy Simpson from Lyman. We started C2K Elite. I was a high school head coach at Cincinnati Princeton. Had the Darius Basie kid that's a first round draft pick, playing for the OKC Thunder, and left Princeton and went to Cleveland State as a video coordinator, and then you know, been at BG going into my 3rd year. So.
Okay, so I'm gonna throw something in there, little monkey wrench.
That's crazy.
Steve from Westwood.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm gonna say this. Steve,
We going uncut?
a little bit uncut, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. I do a little cussing and stuff over here.
You so good today, though.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
real,
So
you real religious today. It's coming though. We know. Go ahead.
Steve, I remember Steve was a freshman. A couple of quick things, couple stories. I was assistant coach on the freshman team with Lester Smith and Khalil.
Right.
And Khalil, and we were coaching in. And I remember you were staying on shoot.
Yep.
And it was Christmas time.
Mm-hmm.
And your dad called me. Now, your dad wasn't a big guy to come to all your games. He didn't come to your games.
I don't think he came to one. I remember he sold the Dunbar and Colonel Wright ticket for about $100. That was the only one he was gonna come to. He scalped it, sold it for about $150. Then he come to the game. But go ahead.
But he lived with his dad, okay? So I know Steve know where I'm going with this story. But it's Christmas time, so I'm sitting there, I'm sitting at the house chilling, and my phone rings, my cell phone rings, and hey, it's Steve's dad. I'm like, who? It's Steve's dad. I said, okay, what's up? You seen him? I said, have I seen him? I'm like, yeah, we were just at practice. I ain't seen him in 2 weeks. I'm like, what kind of damn daddy are you, mom? I said, what?
Right.
Like, you ain't seen him. Yeah, man, see, man, daddy give me a call. That's it, nigga. That's it? If y'all see him, daddy give you a call? And it was that nonchalant for him.
Mm-hmm.
And it was to the point where that's when I realized Steve was really raising himself.
For sure. Definitely.
Didn't miss practice, didn't miss school. Now, he might not have went to class every time.
Definitely.
He didn't go to class. I mean, it's funny because I tell people, they're like, they see Steve in the khakis and polo shirt, the button down, coat shirt. I said, listen,
Especially the 3rd quarter.
That boy didn't go to class. That boy was a hall. He was a hall monitor, and his game was clickety clack with the hit phone. He was hustling.
7-11.
Yeah, what they gonna win for? And I'm like, well, shoot.
Who they gonna hit?
What they gonna win for? Shake him up.
You got to.
Steve had a great community around him.
Mm-hmm.
Griff provided. Griff was the principal at Colonel Wright at that time.
Shout out to Griff, for sure.
And he provided a community of men, black men, to look over his young black men.
Mm-hmm.
He allowed me to come in when a lot of people were saying, no, Griff, don't. No, Griff, don't. And I played for Griff back in the 80s. And Griff was like a father, and I love Griff. But Griff was like, I'm a guy that, I'm going to give folks second chances. Griff, I believe Griff grew up in Arlington Courts. Griff was just so allowing Derek Malone's and the Derek Williams and Mike McCray and all the black men, Coach Roberts and all these black men to be a part of these young guys and help in raising Steve. And where Steve didn't get away with a lot. And then things went on, and I think going into your junior year, you moved in with your brother?
Yep. In the junior year, I moved in with him. In the junior year.
So if y'all don't know, his brother is ex-Jock 99.
Ex-Jock 99. That's his license plate.
Are you serious?
Ex-Jock 99. Ex-Jock Mike McCray, that's his big brother.
Oh my God. Wait till I see
So,
that call.
yes. Ex-Jock 99. So that's his big brother. He moved in with him and his family. Mike's wife, his son, their dog. What was the dog back there? Tyson.
Yeah, he was
crazy dog.
Yeah.
Oh, Peter, yeah.
Yeah, he was crazy. And I don't think he ever had a haircut. Mangy. I don't even go in the backyard. So Steve moved in with it. So, and then you start seeing a different thing because Steve did start realizing, Mike was like, hey, you got to go to bed. You ain't going to be up all night. Oh, you going to class. Mike was, he was stern with Steve and brought Steve a lot of structure. You saw the start to change in Steve when the structure started hitting. And, we're not even talking about the basketball because the basketball game was there. Right. We had a situation where we had to bench him one time and we could have won the city as a freshman team, but Les had to prove a point to Steve, like, you're not bigger than the program. Yeah. And we're in the fourth quarter in a tight game, and we're looking like, we can put him in and win this game. But Les was like, no, I'd rather lose to give him that gratification.
Right.
And it worked. Steve went into his sophomore year and started dominating as a sophomore, getting buckets. And it just carried on. And Colonel White at that time was it. It was the it with the SH in front of it in this area. Colonel White was that thing. And the pride of Colonel White was jumping. Griff had it going. The Mighty Green and Gold was doing their thing.
True.
Alma mater. It was a pleasure to be there. And then I was a guy on the staff. Roberts let me be on the staff, and I enjoyed coaching. I didn't have a lot of input, but I had some input. And just watching Steve and Q and Pink and those guys. What's my light skinned kid?
Dwight.
The White Hines.
Yeah.
D Whitty. And you guys just put on the show. Y'all just did y'all thing. Y'all dominated for years. And, even with Tommy Dunson was on that team.
Tommy Dunson.
Yeah, the team was loaded, man.
Yeah.
Those guys, you got to your senior year.
Came up short.
I lost to Purcell Marion or something.
Win Woods.
That's when you had that nasty dunk.
Yeah.
A nasty dunk. And it was just, but it wasn't more about the wins and losses as it was what Griff was doing to the guys.
Right.
Helping the guys mature. And then we get to work. Steve is, going to go to Bowling Green as a Prop 48.
Yeah.
Beautiful story.
Yeah, it
Get
is.
there. We going to the game. That guy, Coach Dockage, Coach Asshole.
Ooh, man.
We would go up to the game. Me and Mike, I ride with Mike to the game. Then we ride an hour and a half to get up here because Mike is going to drive 65. He's not going to speed. He does not drive like me or Jeff. Now nobody drives like Jeff except for the Daytona 500. But Mike he's going to do 65. So it's an hour and a half ride around with Mike, and I'm riding with Mike like, we get up there, we watch the game. They might lose the game or they win the game, but they're gonna take an hour to come out the locker room.
Oh yeah, for sure, definitely. Win, lose or draw.
Win, lose or draw. He's just gonna hold them hostage. It was a Wednesday night, Tuesday night or something. We're up here like, hey man, we gotta go to work anymore. Mike mad. Mike ready to cuss Dockage out. Got to come back here all this damn time. And we out there like, people standing out there like, man, where is the team? Where is the team? He's gonna let them. It's the whole family just sitting out there waiting. They just sit out there waiting, and they don't let them out. And so those days and just watching you play up there, now y'all got a new facility.
Yeah, it's great. Yeah, it's great facility. Built in 2011. It's nice. It's super nice, man. It's a good recruiting tool for us. Like bringing guys in on campus because we're a college town. We got 19,000 students, but we got unbelievable facilities. We've been one of the top teams in the Mid-American Conference, over the last course of the 5 years. So didn't have a great year last year with the transfer portal, with COVID and things like that, but we're gonna get it back on. Coach Huger, he's been going into his 8th year. He's been doing an unbelievable job. He's a graduate from BG too. Graduated in '93. So we both graduates.
Both y'all BG guys. Y'all Falcons.
Yeah, we Falcons, and he gave me an opportunity. Starting with Dennis Gates first. Just took the Missouri job. Did an unbelievable job at Cleveland State, and then now I got the opportunity here. you know, with Coach Huger, you know, and it's my job as an assistant to make sure that, you know, he goes further.
Yeah, he keeps elevating.
That he keeps elevating, and you know, I'm happy, man. I'm in a happy place.
Y'all both look like y'all very happy.
I'm in a happy place.
And you know, when I talk to you on the phone, it's like, you know, I'm happy because, you know, me and Steve, we chop it up constantly because, you know, I'll call Steve and I'll ask him about some prospects around here. And he'll be like, yeah, I know he's going to get 100 with me. You know, no, he ain't really. And I'm like, damn. You know, Steve on, you know, I got my brother just showed up and I don't know what color shirt that is. Looks like a shirt. Brother just walked in. Darren Kenneth Bird.
Hey!
Darren's gonna show up late to every show. He'll walk in, but it's okay. It's my brother. So we're gonna. I'm gonna ask you, y'all both. What do you think about the portal?
I mean, the portal, man. I think, to me, you know, I believe that guys should be able to make a move if they have to. But I think now a lot of these kids are making a move because it's the way. You know, if you hear about the portal, you see high school kids tweeting about it. You know, and now with the NIL stuff,
we're gonna get to that.
Okay, yeah. So
talk to me about the portal.
So we're gonna talk about the portal. We just talk about the portal, man. I think a lot of these kids can get through adversity. You know what I mean? I think that's the main thing. And don't get me wrong. I think a lot of kids probably get treated the wrong way and told certain things that they was expecting when they get on campus.
Mm-hmm.
But still, it comes back through adversity. You know what I mean?
Yes.
There's gonna be adversity not just in sports, but in life.
In life.
You're gonna face adversity. And I think a lot of kids, when the NCAA opened it up to, you know, you can transfer without sitting out, and you can transfer in conference. You know, anytime a kid faces a little bit of adversity, they leave. They gone. But you know, to a certain point, I agree with it to a T because I did it.
Yeah.
You know, I did my 4 years at BG. I graduated from BG, and it wasn't the right opportunity for me. And then I went to Northern Kentucky. You know, I became a Division II All-American. You know, I just found out about 6 months ago, I was the only player in school history to be named first team All-American. You know, there's never been a first team guy.
They have your picture up in there.
Yeah. So that move that I made for me was
beneficial.
But I think a lot of these guys now are making these moves and they're being productive at their institution that they're in now. And they chasing the NIL. I know I'm talking about the NIL. They chasing NIL and they chasing certain things. And they got to understand it probably won't be. You got to go compete anyway. Regardless of the situation, you have to go compete whatever school that you're going to. And I think a lot of these guys got to understand. And I tell guys through recruiting all the time. I'm like, look, you know, what's your end goal? You know, like if your end goal is to, you know, graduate, or if your end goal is to play in front of 15,000 every night and fly private, because we fly private too. You know, we're a mid-major, but we operate like a high major.
A budget.
Yeah, we got a great budget, a nice penny. And you know, I asked them what their end goal, and you know, they always say like, what do you mean? Like, what's my end goal? And I'm like, you know, you got to understand if you're trying to further your career, like, you got to have numbers.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So, and I get it as a coach. I understand that part. I understand the part of individual goals for my guys that I'm recruiting, and team goals too as well. Like you gotta be a fine line between both of them. And you know, like I said, man, I think the transfer portal is crazy to me. You know, I think just guys just up and leaving and going here and doing this is, you know, I don't think it's right for college basketball, to be honest.
Well, I think it's a new era. What you think, Tamika? Oh.
Let me just tell you, I returned 4 players. So if not for the portal, we would be in trouble this year. Last year, around this time I was at Ohio State. This is right when I made the transition with Murray. And in 1 year, the portal, name, image, and likeness, the collectives now, which is huge. The NCAA, the mega conference in the SEC, Texas and Oklahoma joining. Got 50% of revenue in the Big 12. What is the Big 12 going to become? And then for us, ESPN and CBS, which hold all marketing and TV rights. Right. Women's side coming up for a contract renewal, so you want to be in the top. there's a lot mixed in this pot right now.
It's all about that money.
Yeah,
the
it
portal
is.
for me is just one entity.
Yeah.
For me, when I think of portal, I'm like, man, it's scary to think, because I remember after my first workout at Connecticut, I remember us coming back to our dorms, and we were all like, if we transfer, we should all transfer to Tennessee. It's gotta be easier.
Yeah.
That's what we thought. We didn't never think we were
That's
gonna
why
do
I
it.
think it's the diversity part.
But it was like, well, as soon as I got punched in the mouth, all of us. We was in the room like, there's no way my body can, like, I will never make it through 4 years
of that.
and 364 days of this.
Right.
Wow.
There's no way.
The physicalness of it.
That was just the way. That wasn't before Gino. That was the weight room. This is the first day of preseason.
Yeah.
This is the first 6 o'clock a.m. workout. I can tell you everything we did. I know the smell of the weight room. I know the smell of the track. And that was the first day.
I remember them days.
And I was like, I'm going back today. Like, it's no way I'm gonna make it. And Sue, no way she gonna make it. So all of us was like, it's no way. But had I not done that, and had we not pushed through, right,
Persevere.
I wouldn't be here.
Mm.
And it looks
Persevere.
different.
Adversity is
It
a
is.
bad boy.
It is different. But I'm gonna flip it on the other side. I think also back then you had coaches that got paid a lot less
Mm-hmm.
and cared.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Now you got coaches making a lot of money.
and don't care.
They don't have to care. And this is before the portal. Like now I think this is gonna be it. Now you tell me I gotta feed my family off of this. And these kids can start, get first team All-American, get first team, be the leading scorer, and leave. I'm not about to care.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm gonna care, but I'm just saying, there's gonna be a counter to what's going on. So from a portal standpoint, it's a necessary evil right now. It's opened up. Basketball is the only sport that has it. Football, y'all don't think about it. Football, you know, the end of the season, the quarterback that was ranked real high, that's that so-and-so is gonna transfer to so-and-so.
Yeah.
And nobody flinches, and just like, ooh, let's see how it
Well,
goes.
I say this,
Volleyball is like that.
'cause
Basketball's
right
the
now,
only sport.
Right.
with football, I have the pleasure of, yesterday Ohio State they came to see us because we have a quarterback that's, top guy. Today Illinois came to see us. Last week Alabama came to see us. So I'm seeing these coaches and I'm talking to these coaches about the portal, and they're like, it's good. It helps. Ryan Day. Ryan Day came to see us one time. This was a couple of months ago. I asked him about the portal. And he said, oh, shoot, we got a Oklahoma State running back that we converted into a linebacker. He hit the portal. He came over, and he's a linebacker now for us. And he's going to be a successful linebacker because we need defense.
Right.
And he was like, it was beneficial for us. So, and I tell some of our basketball players, and I'm talking to them, man, here's the thing, they think I'm hating. And I'm like, I said, here's the thing. I said, you say you want to be great at basketball. I said, first off, are you doing what it takes to be great at basketball? Not going down to the Y playing 5-on-5 with, some guys. That's not making you great. Are you getting up shots? Are you doing dribbling drills? Are you in the weight room? Are you doing these things to make you great? Are you running to the point where you won't be tired playing in games? Can you pressure mug 90 feet, for, fourth quarter, after you being tired? So I'm asking them that, right? And then I say, okay, here's the negatives right now with basketball. At your size, 6'1", I'm just a random kid, I'm talking to one of my kids. I said, at 6'1", you qualify for one position. You point guard. Yeah. That's what you qualify for. And I said, okay, now you qualify for that. I said, now let's ask the question. If a college coach, you are, you're good, but you're not great. You're not outstanding. You're not a 5-star guy.
In betweener.
Yeah, you're not that kind of guy. And the coach says, okay, do I come get you? Or do I go in the portal and get this kid over here that's already been in college, who's traveled, who's adjusted to the college life, waking up at 5 in the morning, doing all the things that, it takes to be a collegiate athlete? Do I take you, who has no experience, who you struggle with your dribbling, going left, you're not explosive, You're nice now. You got a nice jump shot, but do I take you? Or take this guy now? Your upside might be better than his, but he's proven now. I need to win now.
That's everybody's mindset.
Yeah, I got it. It's microwave. Everything is microwave sports now. I gotta win now.
Yep.
So I'm gonna take this guy from board.
Yep.
And that's the mindset I believe that's with college coaches right now.
You have to. You have to go over.
I gotta win now. I can't come get you.
You go young, you're not gonna win.
Yeah, yeah. Because you're gonna come, you're gonna sit on the bench, you know, and I can only be looking down the bench to sub somebody in. I'm like, oh man, I can't put his ass in.
Yep.
He's not ready for this. They're gonna, like your boy Bev said, he's a cone.
Yeah, he's a cone.
He's a cone.
We brought in 3 freshmen over the last course, including this 22 class, 3 total, from 21 to 22. We brought in 3.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
The rest 4.
1 last year, 2 this year.
Now, okay, let me ask you this: how tall are you?
Jamal Felt, Baltimore, 6'9". He went to our state in Luton in New York. 6'9", super athletic. Willie Lightfoot is from Niagara Falls, New York. Point guard. He was highly recruited. Kind of went down a little bit. He had a bad summer, but we ended up getting him. Then we got a kid, Ubon Eaton, African kid from Arkansas, won the state with North Little Rock. This in 21.
His name, he sound like he's 6'11".
Nah, he's 6'10".
Man, give him the point, man.
So you got 2 16 and up guys and 1 point guard.
Yeah.
The rest of everything else up for.
Yeah, everything else is up for. Got to. If you don't, you're not gonna, especially in the MAC conference, like a lot of people don't understand.
No, listen. I'm not belittling the MAC at all. It's a Division One. It's a Division One program.
Yeah.
You play some big schools, some schools you got a MAC is a tough conference. I watch the games. It's Division One. You go play in the Bahamas and Hawaii and all stuff like that in the preseason tournaments. It's not Ohio State.
No.
It's not Michigan. It's not Indiana. It's not UConn. It's not the Big East. But it's the MAC.
Yeah.
It's the mid-major.
Mid-major.
And you don't even want some of these guys now. And so my thing is, when I talk to the young guys around here about basketball, and I try to be as honest. I've never been a person just trying to blow smoke up a kid's ass.
Right.
I want to tell you the truth.
We know that.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That's why I'm not well liked by a lot of people because I tell them the truth. And sometimes the truth hurts people's feelings. Like folks tell me the truth. You fat. Hello. I know. Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate the compliment. I'm good with it.
I was going to say it's just even on high school level, some of the players just on your point that you're talking about. Like when you say 19, like really, Matt, we shot 19 to give it a rapper, but when we say the Matt, like they don't really recognize any team because they think it's more of a football conference, and you know what I'm saying? Even like from camps and stuff, all of them saying, hey, go to camp and try to get that information. Like some of them was just thinking like D1, blue blood, red, and you looking at them like, man, if I go get my flights and put them on, you're gonna struggle with me.
Right.
You know what I mean? So they kind of downplay like that Division 2 or Division 3, and some of them they eyes to that. We be trying to tell them like you gotta, like Tamika said, you gotta go where they want you.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? You should go where somebody
You
wants
should be on.
You're
You
trying
should
to
go somewhere where you're number 1 on their board or number 2 on their board.
Yep.
Yep.
That's it.
And them small ones, they really struggle, with them hoop dreams or whatever. They don't want to put in the work at that position, like all that it takes to be a point guard or a shooting guard coming in. When we got that stuff at the high school shooting machine, but you don't never call my phone, but you complaining or a parent complaining this, that when season start. We've been having an open gym, for the last 3 months.
Right.
Now we get ready to go into, the high school where we hitting all June and have the kids, we ain't, they ain't seen. But, I'm not like that one, like, I'm not even texting.
Right.
No, you don't get the schedule. Like we didn't have like
Right.
12 open gyms. Like I'm not sending
Again, we
Mm-hmm.
go back to, like I said,
Yeah.
how bad do you want it? You say you want to be a beast.
Yep.
You know, it's
No, no work behind
you know, it's how bad do you want? Like my man said, are you willing to go out to into the ocean? Are you willing not to breathe
Right.
to be that guy?
Yep.
You know, what are you doing to be that person? The things you had to do, the thing y'all just you just said it in the beginning of the show. You're at Westwood together.
One.
Back in the day, you were at Westwood.
That's hard, man. That's hard. Shout out to Westwood, man.
Hey,
Y'all at Westwood. I'm gonna take y'all picture though.
Hello.
Right now. You know, cause I'm a fan. I'm geeking right now. Y'all just don't know. But this
That's
is
hard.
this is legendary.
That's legend.
But y'all, you know, and these kids don't do that. So when I talk to some of our kids, and you know, we're giving these kids, you know, I'm gonna get to this point. AU. So a guy got mad at me on my man's Facebook page, Hoops for You, gets mad at me because he puts up there his 5th grade team is ranked number 1 in the country. And I said, man, this is ridiculous. Take this down. Now I might have said it the wrong way to him and hurt, upset him a little bit. And I said, and I tried to, fix it a little bit. Like, man, first off, okay, I get it. You're coaching a 5th grade team. You're having some success.
Right.
And I one day, but it was too long of a text. I wanted to call him and say, hey, dude, it's too far of a time between now, 5th grade, to freshman year. You got to try. I said, the best thing that you can do, and I typed this, is try and hold this team together. Keep them together. Keep the demons of the outside world away from them. I said, because there's girls, there's drugs, there's the streets, then there's your family. You gotta try and keep them focused and keep them together. And I'm sorry, it should have been grades first.
Right.
So it's about 5 or 6 things that you gotta do from now until then to keep them together. And you're talking about we're ranked number 5 we're number 1 in the country, and I'm just like, dude, you can't get hyped on the publications and you buying into somebody's magazine saying that you're number 1.
Especially in 5th grade.
5th grade, and so some of the guys, they get upset with me, and I'm like, don't get me wrong, and I hope they're watching. I don't want you guys to get upset with me when I say this, because I want you to understand, I value what you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
There's a value in what you're doing as working with these young kids, because a lot of people that's not doing.
Mm-hmm.
So what you're doing right now is you're keeping these kids off the street.
There you
so
go.
I applaud you for that.
There you go.
But we gotta remember, at that level, it's for the kids. It's not for you. It's not about you. It's about the kids.
Yep.
So let's continue to develop these kids and keep these kids together. I think the AAU right now it's a joke. Unless you're playing on that elite level. If you're in the lower level, I don't think you should be traveling, to California in the 5th grade to play a damn tournament.
Yep.
Gas is $18 a gallon. If you wanna drive to Texas to play the game with some kids that got F's and D's on their report card, and these parents are allowing them to go play. Structure. Again, we started off the show talking about you and structure, and you having to really basically raise yourself.
Right.
From what grade, Steve? When did you really just start raising yourself?
4th grade.
4th grade.
Yep.
Yo, here it is.
Yep.
Is this not an awesome story? This is a 30 for 30.
Yeah.
you had a choice though.
Yep. That's true.
Certain people don't take advantage of it.
Yep.
Yeah.
You have certain people that have parents like mine,
Mm-hmm.
and then you have certain
Yeah.
situations that you have to make a choice.
Because you were blessed. You had a mom and a dad. Your dad
Completely
is,
supportive.
and your dad wasn't like, basketball's everything. That wasn't
My
him.
parents put us in sports.
He was education.
Yes, to stay out of trouble.
Yeah.
My mom's like, time.
Right.
Exactly.
And that's when you do stupid stuff. That's my mom's like.
Yeah.
Idle hands on the devil's
You could've made a
playground.
choice. You could have been like, I'm about to go sell drugs.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm about to go hang out.
It would have been easy
Yeah,
for you.
it'd have been
Easy.
easy.
Just
It'd have been
so
easy,
crazy.
but you take guys like yourself, Rennie Smith, Jeff Hopkins.
Yeah.
Yes.
Alan Hoskins.
Alan.
My aunt, you know, she stepped in, and of course my brother. But you know, I think the main thing was I had a support cast.
Yeah.
You know, not just family. You know, people on the outside that saw potential in me, and you know, like she said, I had a choice. I could have easily. You know how I grew up. You know who I grew up with.
Yeah, I knew.
I know. Y'all know who I grew up with, and you know, and they did some time, and they still my boys. I talk to them every day. But you know, I had a choice, and during that time when, you know, the people that I was close to was getting locked up, I was living in their house.
Right.
You know what I mean? At the time.
You
So I had a choice. I could have easily. I'm talking about best friends. Like you see me, you see him, whatever it is, and you know, I made a choice, and I'm like, you know, I want to play college basketball. You know, I want to do something myself. I wanted to get out of Dayton.
You had a dream,
yeah.
and that's what you wanted to get to.
Yeah.
And right now, like with the AU circuit, the way it is right now, you know, and like again, I hope these guys are watching. I just want you guys to understand, you know, put in the work, teach them, show them the game, quit worrying about the wins and losses, and develop.
Yeah. Don't play zone either.
Yeah.
Please don't
stall
play
the
zone.
ball.
Please
We need a
don't play
13
zone.
shot clock.
Please do not play zone. Like my as a parent, you know, my daughter plays. You know, when she was coming up fifth, fifth grade, and her coaches were playing zone. And as a parent, I'm like, I wanted to say something, but I'm like, I don't want to be that parent. And I'm like, and I used to tell my daughter all the time, like, look, like she bummed out the game. I'm like, look, like it don't matter. Like you're learning. Like it's about you developing.
Yeah.
We put you on the team to, you know what I'm saying, for team stuff. You know, to understand how to work with other people and things like that. Wins and losses don't matter right now. It's about you developing as a player. But you know, AAU, you know, to go back to AAU, I think, you know, at a certain age, and when it gets to a certain age, I think it's beneficial. You know what I mean? When you get to, you know, 15 to 16 to 17 U, and like you said, playing on the elite circuit, giving us the opportunity to come out. You know, you got Nike, Under Armour, you got Adidas. We're gonna be at one of those spots.
Right.
That's just what it is. If I'm, you know, if it's us three as a staff, he's gonna go to Nike, I'm gonna go to Under Armour, she gonna go to Adidas. Now, if you got a guy or a female that's off the circuit, which we do have some kids that's not on the elite circuit,
Yep.
we're gonna be there if we're recruiting them and offering. But the majority of the time, we're gonna be at those elite events. You know, so you know, go back to what you're saying. You know, 5th, 6th grade, 7th grade, 8th grade, like you said, you can stay local. I mean, but you know what kids want to do? They want to go out of town. You want to do things. You want to make it fun. So I think that's why a lot of people do it. You know, at a young age.
Again, you know, I'm sorry. My problem with it is they're not training these kids. They're not developing these kids.
Right.
It's like
I
just
agree.
rolling the ball out there and playing, you know, to some degree. I'm not saying all of them. You know, some of them might, maybe this 5th grade team is, you know, executing plays and doing what they're supposed to do.
Good.
I haven't seen them play. It's obvious he's doing something right with them. But my thing is, I want to tell him, like, some of those kids may not even grow again.
Yeah.
You know, you're putting so much into them, and you're praising these kids so much now. Oh man, he the shit, man. He can go. He doesn't need that. And then they fizzle out.
Yeah.
They get to high school and they stop doing schoolwork.
Mm-hmm.
You know, now you got F's and D's. And how you gonna get recruited doing? A college coach gonna come in. Again, I'm sitting with just the football aspect. I'm sitting there today. I'm sitting there yesterday with Ohio State. And he's asking me, same questions I'm sure y'all asking. How's his grades? How's the home life? 2-parent home, 1-parent home, what's going on? You know, you want to know what you're getting. You want to know what you're about to invest into.
Yeah.
What is it, hundreds of thousands of dollars? You about to invest into.
Right.
Yeah, granted, the university's gonna make millions off this kid, but your biggest thing is you're gonna get a free education.
Right.
You're gonna get perks that a lot of kids don't get. You have a chance to actually get an NIL deal.
Right.
But I want to know, what am I investing to? Are you gonna come to my campus? Are you gonna fail drug tests? Are you gonna rape some girl? Are you gonna get caught up into some bull crap, selling drugs or something? And then I got to answer to the president, and the AD, you know, to why I get you, and then that they don't understand that ruins the fact that now this coach, I'm not coming back to that school to recruit another kid from you, coach, because you just sold me a bill of bullshit. You know, you got me in hot water with this knucklehead. Or, again, I go to the portal and get this kid over here. So, you know, and I try to talk to those young guys about that, just the AAU aspect. And, you know, like I got high school kids on my football teams playing AAU. And I'm like, where'd you play this weekend? Oh, we played in Georgia. And he's telling me the guys on the team, I'm like, yo, man.
Add a point, say something about that. You said I've been on from the high to the low, whatever. I think some of the problem lies in coaches and kind of what they're doing and what they're not doing. And I think it is a good thing that some of the kids travel because it's not even on time they might not see Jordan. So it has a benefit of seeing different places and visiting.
I agree with that.
Saying, even though sometimes the competition might be over your head, but sometimes it's good to see it so you will know, hopefully it'll light a fire up on that. And you have to be the kind of coach, like when I had guys and I knew that my program and the little city in Kentucky who was going to wasn't serving them, that I found somebody to place them. Steve got he rolling with the this and that that's where you gotta go. That's where you gotta go. And I think that's some of the problem that they hold on to these kids because they are just worried about wins and losses and stuff like that. So it just makes the whole AAU thing just sometimes just look like it's not, you know what I'm saying, it's not even worth it. Now I can say I have seen BNU and they do a degree like a little bit over what you would say after fifth grade team. They do run plays and they are well.
Well, we don't say
But the only reason that is because they've been together since second grade. Like they core 7 guys, they've been together. So you know if you
damn, then they ain't but shit.
It's about memory.
3 years, but I get that. I get that, and I get what you're saying about the traveling part. But on the traveling part, I say is this: I don't mind if you go to Georgia. If you go to Florida, that's fine, but make it the grand finale.
Yeah,
we're gonna go there for this.
Yeah.
So you look forward to it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna play and I'm gonna work hard. So when we go down here, you know, so you won't be raping them out because parents are going broke.
yeah.
They're going broke to go to Texas, and everywhere's a national. We're in the Nationals in Orlando.
Right.
We're in the Nationals in Kentucky. I said, some Nationals in Kentucky? Like, really? We're in the Nationals in Maryland. Like, damn.
Yeah.
Where's everybody going?
Everything's elite.
Right. I think it's more the memory part because I mean, coming up, you know, we had Mr. Pearson, Dave Mohawks, and we went to Michigan, we went to Wichita, Kansas. I honestly, I still remember those trips. You know, I'm 38. You know, I'll be 39 in August, and I still remember those trips. You know, but like it goes back to you.
But it was 2 teams back then in Dayton, 2, maybe 3.
Yeah, 2. I think us, Parkside, that was really it.
That was it.
You know what I mean?
Now it's 50 teams.
Yeah, it's 50 teams.
Westwood wasn't summer deal.
Yeah, what? Yeah, it was.
Westwood wasn't summer. It was
Right.
Parkside and all.
You know, at the time, so, you know, it goes back to, it ain't really about wins and losses, it's about the fundamental side of it. I think at that age, you know, people really need to focus on fundamentals, you know, understanding how to, you know, rotate on defense, you know, understanding, you know, closing out with high hand, jumping to the basketball, you know, talking and communicating, sprint back and transition, whatever the case may be, whatever, you know, you want to put together. But I think that the main thing it needs to be is the fundamental side of it.
Watching ESPN the last couple of days, and Pat Bell on there talking. The one thing I didn't get out of him, even though he was, you know, him was black Air Force Ones and went after CP3,
Right.
his knowledge of the game.
Yeah.
You know, he's talking stuff that a lot of these kids, you know, I'm talking to some kids, they had no clue on what he was talking about.
Right.
You know, and the mismatches and taking advantage of mismatches. You know, the game is just, it's that kind of game where, you know, he's talking about length,
Right.
guard length. You know, 6'6" guard. What is Luka? 6'7"?
Yep.
6'7", big.
Yeah.
You know, he's Debo on cats. You know,
Not at first though. Everybody was like, who's this 19-year-old,
Right.
18-year-old?
Yeah.
He didn't look like that initially. Everybody's like, he's running the muck in
Yeah.
Europe now.
Yeah.
yeah.
It only took him a year. now, you know, he's a couple years in.
Elite.
Yeah,
It's
he's
Elite.
you know, he's out there dominating. So
It's different level.
it's crazy to watch this now and just listen to Pat Bev talk
Right.
and, you know, really check Stephen A. He's
Right.
checking Stephen A. like,
Mhm.
come on, stop lying, Stephen A.
Right.
You know, they're lying to you. You know, I'm telling you the truth.
Right.
You know, then you hear guys firing back, talking about, you know, getting on Bev, like, well, Bev, you too small. We single you out. We go after you. But, you know, at the end of the day, we know Bev is a defensive guy.
Right.
He'll check anybody. He checks LeBron. He doesn't care.
That's his job.
That's his job. That's what his niche is, and that's what got him into the league.
Yeah.
But he also has the knowledge of the game. He's so smart with the game. That's like, you know, when I talk to Daquan, and Daquan's talking to me, and you know, I'm be honest, you know, sometimes I'm sitting there like I got an IEP. I'm looking at him like, what? Like, you're talking about the game, and it's stuff I don't know.
Right.
Because this is NBA, you know, the highest level you can go,
Right.
conversations about basketball, where I'm completely lost. You know, when Tamika was here last time, she was talking basketball. I'm sitting here like, I'm just shaking my head. Yeah, I don't know what the hell she's talking about. I'm like, yeah, okay, all right. I stopped at 12th grade playing basketball. That was it.
You know basketball. But that's the other thing too, Kerry. Our generation, so we coach. We got film rooms.
Mm-hmm.
We got technology. They can write on the board with their fingers and everything.
Yeah.
But this dude, he just was big head, little body back at Westwood. Knew everything about basketball before he could even play.
Yeah.
Right.
And I think that I watched so much. People think I played my whole life because Michael Tangi. I was 6 foot in drill team in Jefferson Township, white boots on, size 9. I was in Girl Scouts. On my honor, I would try to serve.
This big old drill team,
right? I was up there, hey, and I still in. I didn't start playing sports because we were always chasing Michael Tangi, 9, 11 years older. You know what I'm saying? So, but I watched it. I watched every MAC championship. I watched it. We watched so much basketball. And these kids don't watch as much, or they watch only the action, the behind the back.
Yep.
Steph Curry, they're not seeing Steph Curry undersized in the gym at Davidson. You know, people saying he'll never be a pro. He's too small. They don't see that.
Yep.
We saw Michael Jordan, Charles Barkley. Those guys were active.
But see, when y'all watch a game,
basketball.
you see a game differently than
Oh yeah.
everybody else. The average person sees the game.
Absolutely.
Because when you're watching the game, you're analyzing, you're breaking things down, you're looking at sets like, oh, that was a nice set.
Yeah.
Because honestly, when I was coaching girls basketball, I was watching basketball like, oh, that's a nice set.
Right.
You know, I'm looking at it a little differently.
Yeah.
Maybe not the way in depth that you all watching.
Mhm.
When I watch football,
It's different.
I see it differently.
Right.
Now, I'll be
Right.
somewhere watching football, and I'll say something, and people look at me, and I'm like, how'd you know that was that penalty right there? Where the flag came.
Right.
You know, I'm looking there, I saw him do it.
Yep.
They're like, how you see it? I said, he did it. You know,
Yep.
I see it differently. I'm not watching it
Mhm.
the same way you're watching it. I'm breaking it down because I watch so much film that I'm breaking it down. I literally, Sundays when I'm watching NFL or college football, on my TV, I'm rewinding. Oh, let me see how, okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Because he has to.
To stay in the league,
Right.
he has to.
That's true.
He has to.
And our kids learned it. They watch that. They do it. I could watch somebody run play and walk in and walk out.
Mm-hmm.
If you just said to me, go sit down straight, you could tell me I could do it.
Right.
I can't necessarily say I coach kids that can do it. You might have 1 or 2 kids just
Yeah.
they don't watch the game,
Yep.
like see it, and then we used to have clinics.
Yep.
Think about how we went to I'll be at Westwood Clinic. Then Coach Rag was having something at Princeton on there, and then Keisha had something at Baumberg on there.
Right.
UD had something. Wright State. We had how many? Did you just roll the ball
When
out,
you were a gym
catch
rat.
it, and
Right.
3
You became a gym rat.
anywhere there was, but we
Yeah.
played more basketball.
Right.
Yeah.
These kids had trainers. We didn't have trainers. You know what our trainer was? Wolfie opened up.
Yep.
Come on now. Well, you say they got trainers, but some of these trainers are so fugazi.
No, I'm just saying. But that's
Some of these trainers are so.
I'm just saying we didn't have trainers.
We didn't.
We had
We didn't.
playing the game. So I knew if I'm in the gym, Kerry gonna carry a 3-point shooter, he ain't one paint. I know what he does. I know he got hands, I gotta guard him. I know Tamika gonna do this. I know hey, he got hands, but he can't dribble. So just we did scouting reports based
Yep.
on pickup.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't have to do, force him left, force him right. And these kids right now, if I say, hey,
Leave out
They're not gonna
Yeah,
watch
sag
it.
off of that.
Sag off that. They can't, or if you can do it, I'm gonna be talking to him like, you can't, you know, just try to get him in this.
Watching the game the other day, you heard, was it Jason Kidd? They had him mic'd up, and he was over there, no, double, back off. He's over there working. He was working, but he was that kind of guy. He was one of the guys that just analyzes the game. And so, you know, again, like when I talk to y'all, that's what I get out of y'all. That's what I get out of y'all. And it's just, you know, it's just phenomenal having y'all here. I know I hit y'all with a couple of questions, but a question I forgot to ask y'all about. Right now, you know, just give a little something to my guy Adrian Payne, who was murdered down in Florida, in Orlando, and it's just, you know, what's your thoughts on Adrian?
I mean, it's for a guy that at his age, you know, young, you know, his life's still in front of him, to lose his life trying to help somebody. You know, he was going over there to try to help somebody, and unfortunately, you know, he lost his life. You know, he had an outstanding career. You know, at Michigan State, played in the NBA. You know, have a son, and you know, in life, man, you know, life is so many turns, and you know, for him to lose his life, man, it's crazy.
For a guy like him.
Yeah, nonsense. You know, for a guy to, you know, pull the trigger on him. I don't know the whole story of what really happened, but you know, rest in peace to, you know, AP, man.
Right.
You know, so.
He said, "Tell Peanut and them stop whispering to each other."
Shiny
Mac. He said, "Tell Peanut and SMED quit whispering to each other."
Shout out Shiny Mac.
Okay. Now I'm
Tell
good.
Shawnee Mac I said shut the.
Shut that up.
That's Mike.
Am I good now?
Hold on.
Okay. We got to get these mics together.
Yeah.
So Tamika, were you know, Jefferson?
JT boy.
Yeah.
It's funny because I got so many text messages and DMs about it. I've never met AP. My mom used to call me and say, "Hey, this is his boy. He in the backyard. He compares his house to the mini field, and he just, I'm glad, you know, she was saying he had hit it roaster.
Yeah.
And she was like, "Now he be back there. They said he gonna be good. I mean, I know his grandma, auntie, whoever he raised by in Jefferson, but he's played in our backyard. He used to play in the mini fields down the street. Of course, I watched him in high school because he was from Jefferson, and you know, he would send messages. I'm like, man, tell him just keep pushing, you know. But I've never met him. But I have a son. I have 2 sons.
He was a gentle guy. He was a really nice, really nice guy. I mean, he was a guy that, you know, I've never heard anybody say, "I don't like AP." Nobody. Never just, you know, foul. Played, you know, he was one of the guys that they said wasn't gonna make it. Couldn't walk and chew gum at the same time, and he just kept working at it. And I just remember him and Cody out of Jefferson, and I was like, oh man, this guy, man, he was all right. He went to Michigan State and just kept developing. So, you know, just want to give a segment where just give him AP a shout out, man, and rest in peace.
For sure.
You know, Dayton Jefferson loves you. You know, JT is a strong community. You know, they be like JT for life.
I'll show y'all my tattoo.
You know, JT is a strong community. It devastated the Jefferson community, and it devastated Dayton and Michigan State and the NBA world of basketball players everywhere. You know, for something as senseless to happen like that. So our thoughts and prayers are with his family. I think his service is Saturday. So just again, our thoughts and prayers from everybody here is with his family, and rest up, and you know, really with his son, you know, poor son. Because every time I would post a picture on Facebook, I was sitting with his son, you know, so he thought the world of his son, and so that's the rough part. Let's switch gears a little bit. And talk about y'all badass kids. Both of y'all got 2 kids apiece. You got 2 boys and you got 2 girls.
Can we trade?
Man.
Let me tell you.
Them little rascals she got. So I'm seeing a video of her son. I was at JoJo today walking barefoot Well, yesterday, barefoot down the street, just walking down there. Her kids are bad. They bad.
I can't even say nothing.
They are bad. Yes, they are. I'm on the phone with her, and she'll walk out one room because they playing basketball everywhere in the house. So we walk out. She walk out one room. She like, y'all don't follow me into this room.
I'll be like, it's so much space.
RJ, JoJo, go in another room. They jumping on top of her there.
Right.
It's so much. I mean,
Energy.
it's boys.
Mm-hmm. Girls are different. Girls are chill.
Yeah.
My youngest Jordan, she got a little burst to her. She like me, but my oldest like her mom.
What your youngest got? She got game, don't she?
They both
Both
can
of them
play.
got game.
They both can play. Yeah, my oldest Cameron, she's in the 8th grade. She'll be in the 9th next year. Just shout out to her. She just went to the state high jump.
Yeah,
the high jump.
Mike told me.
She finished 9th. She was kind of bummed, but two beautiful kids, man. They great. Love being around them. They adjust to my lifestyle. They understand, that when I'm gone, you know what I mean. They understand the life of a coach. They've been a part of it. Their whole life. Cameron, when she was younger, traveling back and forth from Europe, moving from city to city and things like that. So, I commend them, supporting, supporting
They're girl
my
dads.
career.
That's what they are, girl dads.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And you got them rotten.
Yeah, they are. They spoiled.
Okay.
They spoiled.
Okay.
They spoiled. Both of them. They both are. So.
And it's the crazy. They have no idea where Steve came from.
They know. You best believe I tell them. They done been in Westwood. No, they done been over there.
They done been in Westwood.
Now they ain't want to go in the house, but they've been there. You know what I mean?
You roll down the street, Daddy stayed right there.
They done been on the porch and everything. They like.
It's like it's a haunted house.
What is these things on the window? Are those bars?
They gotta keep them
yeah,
out the house.
You gotta keep them out. So they experienced it. They know what time it is. I tell them all the time, man. About my upbringing and when they come here with me, people always tell them stories and things like that, and so they definitely 100% understand.
That's good.
Yeah,
I ain't gonna answer that question. I don't even want to know that answer. Yo, boy, let's get to these little bad rascals you got.
My story's completely different because mine are crazy.
Yes.
Having sisters growing up, and Mike is like, chill.
Yeah.
So, and he's so much older, so we fought a lot. Hair brushes, hair stuff, clothes, nails, perms, relaxers. That was our household. My dad built a restroom in the basement just because it was all women.
Yeah.
And then you have sons, and we all think about all have.
All y'all
boys.
got boys.
And then the second one, we was like, it's gonna be a girl.
boy.
And boys are different.
Yeah.
They jump off of couches.
Oh yeah.
They try to see, can I go one more stair? Then you got the 3-year-old chasing the 6-year-old.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So you got RJ, who is Woody off of Toy Story.
Yeah.
And then you got JoJo, who little Bron, so he landing all hard like the Hulk, and RJ they just so much. Boys are so active.
Yeah.
I used to go sit down and try to read enough books to get Book It to go to Pizza Hut. I can't get RJ if it ain't numbers or science. RJ don't want nothing to do with it.
Really?
RJ just write. I don't like. It's boring, Mom. That is not Liddy. What? What's that mean?
Right.
Ma, you don't even know, Ma. Bruh. First
Not
of all,
bruh.
not your bruh.
He said, bruh.
Right.
RJ's crazy. Did you see my Instagram yesterday?
Yes.
When he dressed up like Alvin and Chipmunk?
Yes. Alvin!
And it was 85 degrees.
Yeah, he's like, Alvin!
He had the A shirt on.
Yes.
Hoodie underneath
Right.
it. It's 85 degrees yesterday.
Yeah.
Black jeans.
On a
And
skateboard.
And his red shoes.
This
on
little big
skateboard.
skateboard. He little big skateboard.
His feet
he
this
living his
big.
life.
And the one when y'all was at the ice cream place. when they
Oh,
was
don't
all
even get
on
me
there,
started.
He
My
doing
kids
him.
are comical.
Yeah.
He doing him.
My youngest one is
He was
like
eating ice
me.
cream laying down.
Yeah.
He was like laying.
He put a whole onesie Spider-Man suit on 90 degrees and go outside and be like this. My kids are crazy. They're not. I would trade any day. And
You would
they
trade
just-
for his girls.
Oh, absolutely.
My girls,
Because they
man,
just, girls just,
they chill.
you get their hair done. Like, I can't
Oh,
even,
man,
I
I'm
just be
experienced
just
that
waking
now.
up cleaning toilets. Because they pee on
So-
everything.
Yep.
My wife tells me that you're different because I only have one child, my son. Yeah, but he's 30.
And I got nephews. I got a lot of great nephews and nephews. I got great nieces. And my wife said, "You're soft on the girls."
Oh yeah.
I'm like, yeah. Like I have one niece, I call her my princess. She's like a daughter to me, but she plays soccer up in college. So I get on her one time. This is before she goes to college. I get on her real tough, and I'm
Right.
She starts crying, and I'm like, oh fuck. So then I'm like, I melt down, and I'm like, I'm sorry, I apologize. So, is that you?
Yeah. Oh, definitely. My oldest daughter like that. The youngest, she can take it, but my oldest, she's kind of sensitive. You gotta talk to her in a different tone. I start changing my way probably about a year and a half ago, because when I work her out and train her, we don't do nothing but argue and fight.
That's it. Go at it.
That's it. Just go at it. So I changed my whole approach to her and just being more supportive.
Does it help you as a college coach now?
Oh yeah, definitely, 100%. Because at the end of the day, she always tell me, "You don't understand." You know what I mean? Like, and it goes back to me, being a head coach when I was a head coach at Princeton. Like I always ask my players, and I always ask my kids too as well. Like, what can I do better? Like, what did I mess up on? And they'll tell you, and then you just apologize. You be like, apologize. I'm gonna work towards it. I am who I am, but I'm definitely gonna work towards those things that you talked to me about, to try to be a better coach or be a better dad, so.
Does it help you with your boys, help you as a coach? Because you screaming hard at your boys all day. When you're around them, you screaming and hollering.
Well,
and Big Rich just sits back like.
He don't do nothing until I'm about to swing. And he'll be like, "Hey, I got him. He like save him. I'm like, you better come. I'm my mom in that moment. It take me a while to get there, but it's just like, when they sleep, I'll be like, they so cute. I take pictures of them sleep all the time. But when they wake up, like RJ wake up, he done took all his clothes off this morning. Why are you naked walking down the stairs? Like, that stuff girls would never do. Like, after 2, we not doing that. And he stark naked.
Stark naked.
Birthday
suit.
I need to get in the shower. Then go get in the shower. Why are you coming down here showing your birthday? Like, they just do things where I don't. And then Richard just be like,
okay,
let him be.
Whatever.
Let him be.
Because that's just natural. I live with 3 men. I grew up with a whole bunch of women in the house.
Yes, you did.
And now I have 3. I'm the minority.
Yeah.
So I keep, like I told you, bleach wipes, food, because they'll eat you if you don't make food.
Right. Yeah.
They
say
look
they'll
at me
eat
like
you.
I'm a food source. JoJo woke up at 4:30.
Like, Mama, you look like a nice piece of chicken right now.
That's 4:30.
I'm hungry.
JoJo woke up last night. He's like, slap me in the face, eat. I wake up like, what is going on? Eat. I want cheese. We go down at 4:30 this morning.
Get him some cheese.
I get this little cheese, little kid cheese.
Right.
And then he pointing up, bar. I want bar. Granola bar. He walking upstairs, get him some ice water in his little sippy cup. He sit at the edge of our bed, eating. I'm half falling asleep, it's 4:30 in the morning.
Oh, he's
then
playing defense on y'all.
He
Y'all
said,
ain't doing nothing. Y'all ain't gonna have no extra kids because he's playing defense.
Hey,
definitely.
He came in there. And he was fine. He just wanted something to eat at 4:30. And he went back to sleep. He went back, got in his bed, went to sleep.
That's awesome.
Just a very simple life. And he wet his pull-up. He didn't like that. He said, can I take a shower? So we had to fight for about, that's all dads do is this.
So you're up now.
Oh, I get it. Hey. He rolled back over and go back to sleep. Hey, get up and help me. How about that? This toddler's kicking my butt right now.
And he's not going to help you.
Oh, no. He didn't help breastfeed. He
Right.
didn't help nothing.
He's
Hey, you
not
all right?
He's not.
Right.
I can't do nothing, no way.
Yeah,
go back to sleep.
Yeah, it's a wrap
It's
on
the
that.
life.
That's hey man, that's it, to sit back and to know you both and to see where you are now with kids. Both of y'all have two. This show couldn't have been any better.
Sure.
I sat here and thought about like, y'all got 2 kids and you got girls and you got boys.
Mm-hmm.
Mine are gonna play for him and then his is gonna play for me.
Right.
Right. That's how we're gonna do it.
Sure.
I just told you, wherever you at.
Well,
you still gonna be
I was there thinking. I said,
I might not
wait
be
a minute.
coaching. I'm old.
I said, Tamika end up hiring Steve as assistant coach coming
Hey,
to UD. He's
Right.
on
trying to
too.
cross over me.
She got the talent for sure.
We good.
Yeah, that's
definitely-
awesome.
We
That is
love it.
awesome. So, I got a question for y'all. Now I asked y'all, this question, and I don't know why y'all text me back, but okay.
I did.
I know you did,
I
but
was driving.
We was following directions.
okay,
I missed one, I think. And
okay.
That was hard.
It was hard. That was tough.
That was hard. Now
Okay.
you know how
Those are
old my
some
parents
tough
are. I
questions.
didn't, I was listening to the Drifters, the Platters.
So Tamika, I'll start with you.
Oh jeez.
Give me your top 5.
I gave it to you.
No, I want you to tell it on air. Give me your top 5
Okay, let me put what I put down.
women basketball players since 1990. Your top 5.
So I did go to Tobet for this because in 1990 I was like 9.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
So I hadn't seen,
But you got to be a historian.
We talking about
So
in the
I
city,
put-
bro, or
The area. Yeah, the
Yeah,
city.
city.
So I put Atina Harris.
Wait a minute. Is she your number 1 player?
Mhm.
So okay, start from 5.
5 down.
Yeah.
Latasha Gladden.
Okay.
Allison Bales.
Okay. For everybody that don't know, where did Latasha play?
Dunbar.
Okay.
Allison Bales. Beaver Creek.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I remember.
Ebony Gainey. I don't know. Tobet gave me that one. She said she had a heart condition, but she would have been cold.
Okay.
Do you know who that is?
Ebony Gang. I know that name.
What's the name? Gaines?
Brandy Hoskins, Shamnad,
Yeah.
Tina Harris, Dunbar.
Nice.
That's a nice list.
I tried to spread it out a little bit young and a little bit old.
So if you were to put your name on the list, what would you put your name between that 5 and 1?
Why you sound between 5
I'm asking. Where would you put your name?
So this is
Between
the-
5 or 1, if you were to put your name on that list, where would you be?
So this was my this was gonna be my question. What was the criteria? Was it? Because it
High
could be a
school.
lot.
I just want to know.
High school basketball.
High school, not go college, no AU. What did they do during high school?
I would say.
You would put yourself 3? So what makes Harris number 1?
She was a really good all around player.
Yeah.
And you just you gotta pull from. I can name a couple of them because I used to play against them.
Mm-hmm.
Tobet is 80, so you couldn't pull her. She made me very clear that.
Right.
But you had some dominant people who played before me. Sharon Beauchamp, like
Yeah.
70s, 80s,
Yeah.
that I don't know what they would look like because they never got the opportunity I had.
Right.
So you can't display. You can't say you wouldn't. Sharon, she used to give me buckets at Linden Center. So I don't. And she went to Auburn. She went to Pay 5. So I don't know what they would look like had they had the opportunity. And I just made the cut because WNBA started when I was in high school. So
Yes.
we were the first class to graduate, knowing that it was going to be the league. Right? Had that not happened, had I been born 2-3 years before that, I might have made the cut, but we weren't as hot. TV,
Right.
our TV deals, our night, everything was just bumped up.
Right.
They
It
just got
started
back
booming. Yeah.
to where it was. So I just feel like you got to give some of those people a little bit before. Sharon was another one that I was like I could go either way. 6'9". I mean, we had a lot. So
Yeah.
the only reason I would put Atina ahead of me because she was just all around just a freak athlete, extremely talented, and she's competitive and a little crazy still to this day, right? But it matters. With Brandy, she won state.
Yeah.
So if you're just talking about high school now,
Mm-hmm.
before I got to Chaminade, we hadn't been past district.
Right.
So when I got there, we went from district to the state championship game,
Mm-hmm.
right? But Brandy and Megan Duffy and all, they just was just thumping. They
Yeah,
just was
right.
just they were a dynasty. And
Oh, I
such.
do remember Megan Duffy too.
Yeah.
Yeah, Duffy went to and they all went.
She could stroke it.
Yeah,
lefty,
lefty.
tough.
Yeah.
Tough.
Brandy, tough, Isha Jefferson. And at that time, those kids used to come. At Chaminade, we used to have to run the river for conditioning.
Mm-hmm.
Isha, Brandy, half breathing. They used to all come up there and run with me when I was in high school. They were elementary school kids and
Trying to get it.
Right.
just try because I was like, you gotta work hard. I didn't tell them to do it, but they used to come up there and run the river.
They just came and did it.
And I never thought about that. Like, dang, or Brandy would come. Brandy came, didn't miss a game. And then when I was at West, I never thought about just going. I went to Westwood every day because my boyfriend lived across the street, and Deshaun Hadley.
Oh yeah. Okay.
And I didn't want to answer the phone because that was high recruiting time. We didn't have cell phones.
Right. I remember you told us that
So I used
last
to
show.
stay. My shut off was like 8:30 or 9. And back then, coaches think the longer they kept you on the phone, the more you were gonna come to the school. And I used to stay, so I didn't have to answer the phone. So I would always leave Westwood at like 8:45. Goofy, like it's time for you to head home. Walk out there, Alan walking to
I
the
hope
car.
Wolfie is watching. I don't know if Wolfie's watching or
He
not.
might be at church.
Oh,
Wednesday.
So
don't get me started on that.
that's where I would put myself.
I'm gonna call Wolfie.
Oh,
see
you
if he
know.
gonna answer.
He talking about I had to put a ring on. I said,
So
that's where I would put myself.
number 3,
I heard
Okay.
what?
myself, I would put you number 1.
I knew you was gonna say that.
I would put you number 1 from the girls, the ladies that I watched play basketball during that time, and I can go back.
Yeah, you can go back.
I can go back 40 years, and because Tobette was a mother, of course.
You said 90s. Though.
Yeah, Tobette
Right.
was that thing,
I
boy.
already know.
And she was at like 5'10".
Yeah.
You know, she was getting rebounds and doing that thing like that back then. So, and Colonel White alum,
Mm-hmm.
Cougars.
You already know.
Yeah. So, Steve.
Steve,
Ooh.
this is now the voice. That's
Yeah.
I know.
You got some fire now. Don't leave nobody off. You ain't gonna make it to your car.
I know, right?
And don't put nobody on it. We ain't accept no more. So there's one person he can't be on.
Man. So you want me to go top to bottom, right?
Yeah, I want to go from 5 to 1.
5, man. I'm gonna go with Hoggy Patterson.
Oh, yeah.
All right. I'm gonna go with Hoggy 5. Since not because I wanted to, because Mark Baker just missed it.
Yeah.
Because I think
missed the cut.
he just missed the cut.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna go with Hoggy 5. I'm gonna go with Clifton Cook, Faso. That number
That's
4.
so wow.
Number 4. I'm gonna go with Norris Cole 3. Daryl Martin 2. And Daquan Cook number 1.
I should have told you, no Daquan.
How you
You
gonna
said
do
not-
that?
you
I mean, because Daquan's he's gonna always be on everybody's list.
He
man.
number 1.
We sat in here one time, about 6 mugs in here, and everybody Daquan. And I love Daquan, but I'm like, yeah, he was playing this position, man. I'm like, shut up. But okay, it's all good. It's all good.
Yeah. But he number
That's
1.
true. Now, I don't even want to say talk about Daquan. You had it number 2. You have who?
No, Daryl Martin.
That's a good pick.
Daryl Martin. Yes.
That's a good pick.
Daryl Martin was the guy.
He was the real deal.
I mean, Tamika, you came out in 98, right? He was 98. He was your class.
Lefty.
Smooth.
Phenomenal.
Scorer, passer.
What school did he go to?
He was tough. He went to Colonel
Colonel
White.
White.
He went to Colonel White.
Colonel White. The thing about Daryl would leave that street,
Oh,
come to practice,
yep.
ball, and go back to the street.
Yep. For sure.
That was Daryl.
That was Daryl.
That's
That
what
was him.
got it.
But if he would have had the right people around him, like kind of like I had, it would have been a successful story.
I think that's when
I ain't
Griff
saying
was-
that he's not.
No, I'm saying that's when Griff started to mold.
That's when
his
that was like the
people.
first year.
Yeah, that was the first year.
Yeah.
He started trying to mold. He started bringing folks around because he basically saved Daryl
Yeah.
at that time. And Butter, and those guys on that team, it just came out of nowhere.
Right.
Marcus, shouts out to Marcus, won the state title.
Yep.
Shouts out to him.
Yep.
It just exploded from that point. It
Right.
exploded. Daryl was the rock that made that thing start clicking, and that's a good thing.
C-Dub for life.
C-Dub, you already know.
So bad, I was taking me and Rhonda and Tiny McDowell off the list, and they did. I didn't pull nobody from that area. I did before and after.
Yeah.
That's a.
Cause I ain't hear Tanya McDowell. She went to
Tiny was
Trotwood, right?
another one. Yeah, I took us all
Yeah,
off.
she
We
was
didn't make the
Trotwood.
list. We didn't make the list.
Yeah, I remember her. She went
So-
to Kentucky,
so,
right?
well, I ask you
Tiffany
this:
Guthrie. We didn't make the list.
Oh, yeah,
Janae
she went to
Davis,
who's
we
your
didn't make the
sleeper?
list.
Give me one sleeper that didn't make your list. Underrated that should have made your list.
That should have made my list.
That one not should have
Me?
made your list. Exclude yourself
I'm not Daquan.
because you're number one.
I'm not Daquan.
Yes, you are.
You did, how Daquan?
You're the only one that got flew out from Dayton to Columbus on a private
It's a
plane.
long flight.
So you're the only person that ever
It's a
done
long
that.
flight.
I don't think Dave Chappelle
It was a
flew from Dayton to Columbus. So I think he
Shorter-
jumped in his car and drove.
It's a shorter
Right.
flight from Yellow Springs.
Okay,
Right.
let that be the reason. So tell me,
I'm the sleeper.
name me a person that
didn't get all the praise that she should have gotten. That was a hell of a player back, that you can just think of.
I would say, I would probably say, probably Rhonda Price.
Yeah.
Because she was in the shadow a lot.
Yeah.
They had a really good team.
Yeah.
Like freshman and sophomore year, and then all those girls graduated.
That's a good
That
pick.
was
That's a nice
That was a good pick.
The Cherry Terry twins,
Yeah.
Angie, Crazy Bud, Janelle. I forgot their little point guard. She was quick and shifty. Then you had Rhonda,
They
then
was
Candace,
tough.
and them coming off
Yeah.
the bench. That team was really good.
Yeah.
They never beat us.
Mm-hmm.
But
Y'all gonna remember this.
they was good. I remember getting my sophomore year. I used to take my team, Chaminade, to go play at Princeton.
Right.
Like I made them go play open gym. So I remember going to Dunbar. My freshman year, my mom had to turn my pager off because somebody gave my pager number out at Dunbar before we played, and my pager blew up. Like the whole school called my pager.
Really?
And they came to Chaminade. We beat them. And the next year we had to go to Dunbar, and I never forget coming out. Da dun dun. I was like,
Right.
da dun dun. Da dun dun.
That thing used to be rocking.
I was like, I'm in the line like, because I ain't never say nothing.
No.
They start playing, I got 5 on it. But my players had already been in Princeton. They had already been in West
So they already been
Virginia.
around the culture.
Yeah, they had been around the culture.
Used to it.
So they was in there. We was in there doing our little legs, pounding them. We never lost to a city school.
That's awesome.
And that's when the city, like you had not the Trotwood City, but Trotwood had Janae,
Yeah.
Tiffany Guthrie, and Tanya McDowell.
Yeah.
And then at Meadowdale had Tamika.
Yeah.
And then Patterson had Vic.
Yeah,
Victoria
yeah.
had what's her name? Had
They had Yogi.
And they had Tuck.
Yep.
Yeah.
And Dunbar had everybody. I mean, they was on the commercial. Gucci was on the commercial.
Dunbar was tough. I remember they played Chicago Dunbar. Remember that game?
Yeah.
The fight broke out.
Yep.
Yeah.
I was there. I remember that game like it was yesterday. That thing was rocking. I used to love when Chicago Dunbar came up to play.
Yeah, that used to be a great thing for them.
Great thing.
And
It was
Mommy
great.
up there acting a fool.
Yeah.
It was great.
Sherry and Terry. Do you remember how good Sherry?
Yes.
He was.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, Sherry, and they was built like.
You know, Sherry.
They still built like.
Let me
That's
tell
my
you something.
cousin.
Really?
Yeah.
Yes.
Sherry, my cousin. Yeah.
Sherry was
tough
bucky.
too.
You hear me?
Tough.
She was tough, and they was tough.
Yeah.
We ain't lose.
Okay. So tell me, who's your sleeper person?
My sleeper, man, I would probably go with Tutu Brown.
Ooh.
The most gunningest mug ever. The most gunningest mug ever.
Probably go Richard Tutu Brown.
The gunningest guy I've ever encountered. I watched. He never took a bad shot. It could be 3 people on him. He was gonna shoot that thing
Tutu.
and swear he was open.
Right.
It was a good shot. It was a good shot. I'm like, Richard, no, it wasn't.
Carried over the rec ball when he played rec ball.
Yes, it was the same
Right.
thing. I'm like, I'm not picking you anymore because you're gunning.
Tutu,
You're gunning
man,
with
I ain't
Tutu.
heard.
Yeah.
The amount of nicknames.
So you go.
Fat
Let's
soul.
ask you who your top 5 from the night.
Yeah, who your top 5? Yeah.
Let's switch it over on you.
Yeah.
Let's switch it over on
Hey,
you.
how about you do top 5 ever, boys and girls?
Peanut, this is my show.
90. I'm curious. I'm curious to see because
Top 5 ever,
you
boy
gotta
or
look.
girl.
I ain't see a lot of guys.
Yeah,
You know what I
you
mean?
didn't
Like
see-
you,
you
I didn't
old.
see Tracy Miller.
You real old.
I didn't get to watch those guys.
Okay, so I'm
You know
gonna
what I
give you
mean?
some names.
Mark Baker.
I'm gonna give you some names from. I'm gonna go back. I'll just go back 40 years. I'll go back to 1990.
Nah, let's do 90.
From 90.
Let's do 90. Let's do 90 up until now.
Okay, so
Then
from
we go back.
1990.
Yeah.
Lee Benson,
Okay.
crazy.
Wow.
Lee Benson used to bring the ball up the court, 6'9", 6'10", running point. He was that phenomenal. I go with Anthony Talley.
Okay.
He bringing out the
Talley was catching alley-oops from half court
Right.
at 5'10",
Mm-hmm.
maybe 6 foot. His body frame was, of a safety or a linebacker, and had explosive. He was very explosive off the ground. Could shoot the jump shot.
Right.
go out there and get you 40 points with no problem. And that was just, tally. Not a little homer pick because that's Colonel White guy,
Right.
but he was at deadly.
Right.
And the thing of it is, it's so many just ballers that came out from around here. Now I'm gonna tell you, I'm not gonna put Daquan on my list because he's automatic.
Right.
That's
For
automatic.
sure.
So I'm not gonna put him.
Definitely.
I'll go up and
What is that? 3?
That's two.
2. Because you said Daquan on list.
You
3.
just gonna count them. You just gonna
I'm
count
counting
mine now.
Not because Daquan can't be in.
Yeah. Okay.
Daquan, you on my list.
See, I didn't think about my choices. Y'all gonna.
Now you see what you took us through.
Right.
I sent it to y'all though.
Right,
Recruit out the
I
portal.
gave y'all all day to think about it.
I shot you mine right back.
Yeah.
I shot you
I'm
right
trying to
back.
buy a house, move. I got 2 sons that's crazy. The portal, I got 4 returning players. And he's talking about practice.
NIL.
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 Talking about
Practice. We're talking about practice.
He
We're
done
talking
said
about practice.
He done took
Oh,
75
so
Oprah
Mel,
questions.
boy.
It's tough.
Okay, so I'm gonna give y'all a name that I thought this kid was just, man. If he had just balled in, I think he could have been in the NBA, and that's Mark Anderson.
Yep.
I think Mark could have gone to the league.
Yeah.
He might be asleep.
He the sleeper for sure.
Mark
was tough.
Mark was just, man.
6'8".
They don't win those state titles without
No.
Mark. Mark could defend anybody. He could shoot. He was a facilitator. I mean, everything.
Right hand. He could go right hand.
He just didn't like to fly.
Right.
And I'm like, dude, he was just so nonchalant with it. And I used to be like, back then, everybody talking about Daquan. I'm like, it's this mug over here that's the killer.
He was tough.
He's standing 6'7", wingspan, crazy wingspan, and then he got the bloodline of the GOAT in him.
Right.
The White Anderson's bloodline is in this guy. And I just thought he was just, a hell of a player. I'll go Chris Wright.
Flight.
I'll go Chris Wright.
Yep.
I never got to see him play in high school.
And this is in no particular order. I'm not going 5 to 1 because I'm going off names.
And it's your show.
Yeah, it's my show. Thank you, Peanut.
Do what you want to do.
And I got to put you in there, Steve. I got to put you in there. Steve, you were a trendsetter. Wow. You were a trendsetter. You changed a lot. You made younger guys look up to you. You made Daquan look up to you. And that's the thing that, you have to do, and the things that y'all have done. You made people come up after you to say, I want to be the next Tamika Williams. Not that I want to be the next Cooper, Cynthia Cooper. I want to be Tamika Williams.
Right.
You had guys coming up, I want to be Steve Wright. Steve Wright motivated me to be this guy. He motivated me to be that man on the court. Now,
and he should have had an NIL deal for wearing them shoes because I was listening on the show.
he should have at least have a patent on them.
He had all them kids because you remember at the Colonel White game, you had all them young kids
We
was
going
walking
back.
around in them damn
Shrimp
shoes.
shoes.
Yeah,
them
they
shrimp
love them
shoes
shoes.
we had
Right
all
off
the
of
time.
East Bay, baby.
Hey, right off East Bay.
And always had a basketball.
But he
$99.
He used to do everything in there.
Hey, because I only had, y'all got to understand, though, in junior high, I had these green felines, dog. So I used to wear, that was my only shoe.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? In 7th grade, like, that was my only shoe. I ran in them. I did gym in them. I wore them with our uniforms at Fairview. So, like, my strength shoes gave them a break. Them felines a break. You know what I mean? Like, I used to polish them things up. The old school felines, they had the green, the red, the blue. I had the all green ones with the blue pants, though, with the white shirt. I wasn't even matching.
Right.
But I didn't care. You know what I mean? I didn't care at all. But those strength shoes gave those felines a break, man. I mean, you know what I'm saying? But those are my shoes, man.
That's all you had.
I had dreams.
That's it.
I wanted to dunk, and, I used to wear them to school. People laughed at me.
Yeah.
But I had a vision. You know what I mean?
Now. I mean, just, but look at you now. Look where you are now. Like I said, I put you on my 5 because you changed things.
Yeah.
You made Colonel White, you made coming up from the top,
Right.
a thing. You sold out the gym.
Yeah.
Before there was Daquan selling out the gym, it was Steve Wright
Right.
selling out the gym. You Colonel White was the trend. Everybody wanted to be Colonel White. Everybody wanted to do what Colonel White was doing, and they couldn't do it. I remember we went and played Trotwood, and they get on me about that to this day because we I'm a coach top. There. So we had Colonel White, and I'm coaching at Colonel White, and I'm like, me and Malone, we like, hey, it's packed. It's packed at Trotwood. And they got this team that's supposed to be nice, and I think they were undefeated at this time, and they talking crap. We're gonna beat y'all. I said, all right. I said, hey, y'all. We're going up top and coming down. After the JV game, they introduce us. When they play the music, we coming from they top rafters. And it shook them up. They looked at us like, these mugs are tripping. And proceeded to beat the brakes off of them. How many dunks we get that game? Like 10, 12 dunks?
I had like probably 7 or 8.
Killing Lil Lee Body.
Yeah.
Or Tony Body.
I forget who all they had. They had Lee Body.
Q made him look foolish. Q threw one off the backboard to you. Oh, they was we murdered them. And they hate me to this day about that. I remember y'all was here and y'all came out the top, man. Y'all was dead wrong for that. All them old Trotwood people, y'all was wrong for that. I said, man, that's how. That's my thing.
I think we had on black hoodies too.
Yes, that was my thing to intimidate. We're going to beat you before we even play ball. We're going to beat you. And that was the mental thing. But Steve changed everything up. You made people want to be you. Right. And the thing is, I can't pick anybody from, 2010 until now. I can't pick anybody because I don't think that they're really worthy enough to get that accolade. Right. Again, I'll go back. Adrian Payne, he was a difference maker. Right. He was a difference maker, but nobody said, I'm going to Jefferson now because Cody and them went there. Right.
That is true.
They went to Colonel White, Tommy and them, Jamel and all them. Jason Poe, they wanted to be Steve. They wanted. I'm at Colonel White because Steve made this look good. Yeah. Q and them, they made this look good because y'all were a combination. Y'all were like Batman and Robin, And that's the thing about Colonel White for over the years. It's always been a Batman and Robin. It was Tally and and Tracy Miller. It was Durrell Martin and Butter. It's always that combination. We're going to do it like this, It was Hoagie and Kerry Ivy.
Hoagie Patterson for 2. It was Hoagie and Hoagie. And then Hoagie
played at Colonel White that won the state in 90.
It was the Scales. It was Hoagie and Scales. That's what it was. Scales. It was Hoagie and Scales. Scales was a monster. So, I could.
There's so many great players. You look at.
We saying 90. I had to go with Scales. Scales was, he was right. The best big man came from JT.
You know what I'm saying? You got Los.
You got Carlos. Killer crossover and Los.
Sean and Andy was good.
Sean and Andy.
Coming up from Mohawk days, I used to be with Jermaine Stevens. Sean and Andy, they was like big bro.
So it's really hard. I posed the question before. Give me a top 5. It's hard to pick it because
it's so hard. It's so hard. I picked Norris because he a two-time state champion.
Yeah. Winning means a lot.
He won the state twice.
We went down again.
Parameters. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? When you break it down, because you got people that made an impact or whatever on defense. Some was just pure scores, and you know what I'm saying. Then you had all around, like you said, them athletes and stuff like that. Because she stopped there, but I remember Tobet and Sharon both. You know what I'm saying, and them, you know what I'm saying, knocking heads and all, you know what I mean, and all that, because they still used to be at the gym and stuff. You know what I'm saying, still playing because it wasn't, like you said, it wasn't nothing for them to go after they went to high school and college. It wasn't nothing for them to do, but play pickup games and they didn't go overseas.
And they were still talking about that because I played against all of them.
Oh yeah.
They were older. Trona.
Yeah.
Rest in peace. Yes. That's another one. I played against Tobet.
Yeah.
Miss Sharon played till she was.
Oh, that was a physical game. That was a physical game. Sharon was gonna give you some bowls and all that.
Pop you. Sharon was a tooth, put it back in her mouth.
Because I
mean,
you made me joke.
Sharon was Sharon. Terra ACL keep playing like Sharon lefty.
Yeah.
Still, but she had a hand. When she couldn't move, she still had this. She can handle it out. I bet you if I gave a ball to Miss Sharon right now, she still dribble. She got handled. And then just the game, like she thought, everybody used to head hunt. Give me the ball, give me the ball. She's like, just run, I'm gonna get it to you. And I didn't know what a hockey pass was until I saw her like, I'm gonna pass to somebody so they can get it to you. So just take off. Yeah. So when she got slower, she was just her basketball IQ was so high. Yeah.
I mean, I'm sitting here again talking to you and talking to Steve with my mouth wide open in awe of the knowledge and of this the respect that I have for y'all, just in your journey and who you are today, and now Steve, pillar of the community. People look up to you.
Absolutely.
Kids look up to you. Right. You're talked about. You're a legend. And I tell kids now, I tell my football players, you'll know your worth 20 years from now. Yeah. If people,
you don't get it.
People will talk about you 20 years from now. If you're in an argument, and not even if you're number one or number two, if you're just in the argument, you did something. You did something. And that's the beauty of it. Because when we had our show the last time before, and I had a panel up here, and we're talking about basketball, and we're talking about high school basketball. That's it. I'm not talking about college or NBA or nothing. Right. And people had your name in their mouth, talking about Steve. That's Steve. I got to go with Steve Wright. Now I'm having 6 guys up here. Now 6 guys, 4 guys are talking about Steve Wright. Of course, I excluded Daquan again.
Right, you got to.
I got to get him out. You get out the picture, Daquan.
Get out the picture, man.
Yeah.
No, we went by positions, though.
Okay. Yeah, we went by positions.
Okay,
gotcha.
Yeah, we went.
So your name just kept popping up, and I tell my kids that's you want to be talked about. You want to I got
positively talked about.
Yeah, I got one kid that's a 2-time state football champion, and he's a basketball state champion. I said, who else around here can say that, son? They're going to talk about you for 30 years away from there. They're going to talk about you. Nobody else has done that. I don't care who they say is the best and this and that. Nobody else can say that because you contributed to all 3 of those state championships. You had something to do with that. So they'll talk about you. The things that you did, Tamika, in your time in high school. When they talk girls basketball, your name's going to come up. It's like Dwight Anderson.
Sure, definitely.
It's like Dwight Anderson. That it's got to roll off your mouth like, who's the GOAT? Dwight Anderson. Who's the female GOAT? Tamika Williams. Jeter. They're going to know that. They know that without a doubt. They know it's you. That tall, beautiful queen. That's who it is.
See, I can't even.
That's who it is. I'm just telling the truth.
He's telling the truth.
When you look at girls basketball, you see the same way to me how y'all, some of the stuff, the way y'all used to warm up in them traditions that y'all started, they still doing it because they have coaches that seen y'all playing or whatever, so they mimicking whatever y'all winning tradition because y'all won, and they implementing it, you know what I'm saying, in some of these programs. And I'll be at the games, I'll be like, wait a minute, I'm having a flashback. I see. Don't be acting like y'all originators of that, you know what I mean? So, I mean, that's how it is. When they say girls basketball, they don't remember nobody but you. They Mike Megan Duffy and the one girl that was at Fairmont, what's her name? Carrie that played on Lisa's team.
Westbell.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? But I'm just talking about the they probably 5th or 6th grade, but everybody after and all that stuff, they know. Now that you got the UD job, it's really like, yes.
I mean, even with Tamika, coming up, seeing her get the success she had, through high school and seeing her, and like I said, when I saw Gino come into Westwood,
but Wolfie's online. He's on here watching.
Gino came in the trenches, and right there, that was a turning point for me. And I'm like, I was shell shocked. Like even when I see him to this day, and listen,
Deshaun, you dead wrong.
You probably did.
Just what I'm saying, seeing Gino, that inspired me, and I'm like, I want this too. I want people to come recruit me. And that just motivated me, and I used to love watching Tamika play. I used to be cheesing. I probably anytime y'all played on TV, like I watch and I'm like, I know her. Like I know
Yeah,
her.
like
I
that's
know
my
her.
girl.
That's my girl. That's Tamika. Like WNBA, like all that. You know what I mean? So like that was, a lot of kids don't get that inspiration because they haven't seen it. You know what I mean? I was just thinking the other day, Kerry, like when was the last Division I city kid? Now Sean Phillips would have been if he would have stayed in the city. Other than that, I mean, who was the Division I kid in the last
From Dayton Public.
From Dayton Public.
I know on the girls' side is probably like
CC.
CC
the only one.
CC's.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But like it's so bad, and it comes back to
Well,
what you
Dunbar has two. Devin Baker.
Devon
Baker
and Caleb. Yep.
And Caleb McConnell.
Yep. Devon
He was
and
at
Caleb.
Rutgers.
Yep.
And
Devon,
so those
yep.
two. And believe it or not, they said they fired Pullen because he wasn't getting kids in school.
That's crazy.
That's what he said.
Pulling coach.
That's what
Everybody
Pullen
knows my
said.
sister.
Yeah. That was.
He was like they said I wasn't getting kids in school.
Yeah, but Amari don't count because he went.
But still though, like from the city, okay, Devon, they came out in 19? Yeah, they was 19. They was class of 2019. They
18,
played with
19.
C2K, the program that I
Yeah,
played with C2K. So 19, but still, like we should be having a kid, 2 or 3 kids every year.
Oh, we should.
We had.
But again, we go back to development.
That's what it is.
Development and hunger, because we keep taking the crown and we're putting it on 6th graders.
Yep. Instead
You're
of telling
it.
them the truth.
You know,
Hey, but they
instead
also
of saying,
cut out people like you.
Yeah.
And people like you.
Tamika, you gonna laugh? Like
I'ma tell you
I
right
tried
now.
to get a job in the city,
Oh,
and people tell them in the city, like, "Oh, you ain't got no experience."
yeah.
I promise you, I ain't gonna say no names.
right.
I'm not gonna say
They
no
don't have
names.
it.
But
There's no
I tried to come back to the city and coach in the city, and I was shot down.
You don't have
And what you did with that program at Princeton,
bean bada bean.
Yeah,
you did some. I mean, of course, I follow you wherever you
Yep.
go. I'm gonna come and I will drive down there and we watch you do the games and you did an outstanding job with that to the point where you got your number one, you got your first round draft pick
yeah.
to go.
And 4 other Division I kids.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
You would
maybe-
tell me.
was football.
He's like, he's
Right,
not
so
a
he's
basketball
football
player. He's a
kids.
football player.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, he's a football player.
Yeah.
He would tell me.
And maybe we win the state if Darius and my other senior don't get suspended. Who knows? Who knows?
Well,
what happens?
you should have,
You
because you
know?
gave that team hell all the way to the end.
Yeah, with young guys,
With young guys,
with
yeah.
sophomores. So when it goes back to the city, man, it's we should be having 1 or 2 Division I kids every year. But like you said, it goes back to the fundamental side.
It's
We
hard
need those
because
coaches
we're
that care.
losing these kids
Right.
at such a young age because of outside influences,
Right.
and then grades. The outside influences, the streets, girls or whatever, and it's not like we got a bunch of 6'6" guys. We got some 6'6", 6'7" guys walking around these buildings, but they don't want to do nothing.
You gotta spend time with them. Just
Got to.
even at our level, like our level is the same way.
Well, like we
You know
talked
what I mean?
about, they got to know you care.
Yep, that's
And
it.
that's what we talked
Exactly.
about on the last show about, and I said would make you a great Division I coach is that you care. And that's one thing we know. Kids see right through the facade, the fakeness, the fake love.
Yeah, they see it.
They see right through it. Like, you don't care about
Right.
me, And I take pride in my coaching. That I care about my kids.
Yep.
Where I'll shed a tear over one of my kids. Fighting for one of my kids to get somewhere.
Right.
When I talk to college coaches, I'm like, hey man, this kid is fighting, man. Get this kid a shot.
Right.
I'm telling you, this kid's gonna come through for you.
Yep.
He's not gonna disappoint you. And I'm just trying to fight for the kids. And so in that aspect, the kids see that you'll run through a wall for them, and in return they'll run through that wall for you.
A thicker wall.
Yeah.
Yeah, a thicker wall.
thicker
Thank
wall.
you. They'll run through a wall with
Yep.
some steel behind it
Mm-hmm.
for you, because you're gonna bust your butt for them.
Yep.
And that's the thing. That's like like right now, you look at Jackson State, and it's like, and I'm telling my kids, I said, understand, he's just taking this school from nobody to somebody. They're one of the top prestigious schools in the country as far as football now.
And women's basketball won, and they just got a kid from Rutgers. They get paid 5 transfers.
Yeah, I said they done put them on the map.
They did it for everybody.
Like Dion, 'cause now they're down there, and they know Dion
Coach Prime loves me.
Right.
I'm gonna bust my ass for Coach Prime.
Yeah.
Cause he gonna bust his ass for us. He came in here, he put folks on notice. He put these big businesses on notice.
Right.
You know, our school, we don't have this, we don't have that, but y'all giving it to these schools that's not winning, that's not producing. I'm gonna give you a winning product.
Yep. And he teaching life skills.
He's teaching life skills.
You know what I mean? That's why I tell people that all the time. Like even in recruiting, like we're an extension to your family. Like we want to make sure he continue to grow academically as a young man first. Basketball gonna come third because if he doing those first two things, now he can focus. His focus is all on basketball.
Because at some point in time, your career had to end, and your
Oh
career
yeah,
had
for
to
sure.
end.
And our job is predicated off wins and losses.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, like I do this for the kids.
You don't want nobody. You don't want nobody
Like,
feel
I'm trying
like,
to tell you,
well,
like-
he used me.
Never.
And the kids gonna use you. You gonna get those kids that's
Yeah.
gonna try. You gonna pour everything into them,
And they gonna-
and they gonna say,
They gonna break your heart.
"I'm transferring,"
Yep.
and that's okay.
It's okay.
Because at the end of the day, you doing what you. But I
Yeah.
know that I did my job with the time that I had you.
yeah,
Period. Like I can't. Like now, I come down. Who I text? Derek Daniels.
yeah.
Hey, I'm gonna be in the city tomorrow. We going to breakfast, and y'all know his story. What
Yeah.
happened with him?
And I'm getting him on here
Oh yeah. When you come
to
across
tell his story.
When
He's
you
gonna come
up
tell the
path,
story.
I call DJ Hoskins, like, hey, I'm gonna be in the city tomorrow. We going to breakfast. Breakfast on me tomorrow. Like
Wow.
anytime you come across me, like it's family forever.
Yeah.
Like that's just what it is. You know what I mean? And I've never turned my back on no kid ever. I don't care what
That's
they do.
good.
I don't care what they do. Like I'll never turn my back
Nobody
on a
turned
kid.
their back on him.
I don't think
Yeah.
the public really understands the. You know, I want you to get it that we have two bona fide legends in the house tonight. That, you know, I talk about giving back flowers to people, and I appreciate them because me and Darren talk about it all the time. About we need the younger people to step up and get out in the community and coach something. You know, whether it be baseball, soccer, basketball, football, coach something, be a mentor. Be a mentor to these kids
Yep.
because these kids need it right now because we're not losing these kids in middle school anymore. We're losing them in the 4th and 5th grade, 3rd grade. When I hear little girls on the playground talking about sexual acts
Yeah.
and what their moms are doing in sexual acts, and we're talking about a friend posting, she's talking about a story where a little girl, 11-year-old, was posting a picture, you know, with the mirror and getting her butt. And so
Right.
we're losing our community. We're losing little boys who want to be in the streets, want to smoke weed. We're losing them, and if we don't get our young people, that's why I say to you young guys that's coaching the AU, I don't dislike what you're doing. I just want you, you know, I'm trying to help you do it better.
Right.
You know, take it from somebody that's, you know, who had to listen. I had to sit back. I had to listen to Coach Masters and Coach Groundhog and all the older people ahead of me, you know, to how to make it work. I don't, like in relationship advice, I don't take advice from a single man.
Right.
I don't do that. My brother was married for 44 years. I took advice from him. I took one brother was married for 44 years. The other brother had 3 marriages. And one brother was trying to talk to me about a marriage. I used to look at him like, I'm not listening to you. You've had 3 divorces, man. You don't know what you doing. But this mother been married for 44 years. I'm going to go over here and listen to him.
Right.
So, you know, I listen to him, you know.
Right.
Y'all need to come and just, you know, I listen to old head basketball coaches and football coaches to learn how to do it. And I just wish y'all would understand that. These are testimonies right here of people who just observe sponges in their time. And like Wolfie was a big part of both of their lives.
He opened up Westwood.
Yeah, literally
Every
people
day.
know.
And Wolfie got a story
Yeah.
too.
Man,
He got Wolfie story.
he got a story.
Yeah.
Wolfie,
Wolfie
man.
got a story. I be telling my husband like,
I used to get suspended.
shoot.
I used to get suspended, and you know our time frame at the center was 12 to 3 was the 18 or over,
Yep.
and then 3 to 6 was our age, and then you know Brandy and Tamika, we'd come in there and they'd get some individual work in with Alan and stuff like that. But when I used to get suspended, man, Wolfie used to let me in there and play with my brother and them and all the older dudes. I'm supposed to be at school.
Right.
But I'm in the gym. I'm at the center.
Well, you could have been somewhere else.
Oh, I'm somewhere else. I could have been at the crib. But
Because
like,
if y'all don't know, if you're just tuning in, Steve
basically raised himself from the 4th grade up until high school until he moved in with his brother.
But Wolfie saved me so much.
Yeah.
Like I used to always get kicked out of center. He used to always go to bat for me. You gotta let him back in. So Wolfie could have been that guy that quit on me. He could have been like, you know what, man, you getting in too much trouble. I used to terrorize Westwood.
Yeah.
I
know you did. You terrorized Colonel White.
Man, I used to shake the machines. I used to do all types of stuff. You know what I mean? Get kicked out. I was just, I wasn't a problem. You know what I mean? Yeah, I was surviving.
You were surviving.
You know what I mean? And Wolfie, he went to bat for me all the time.
But for both of you, understand different times, different circumstances, and I challenge the city now. When I talk to the city commissioners or whatever, I challenge them now, and I want them to understand we don't have rec centers. We don't have those pillars that worked in those rec centers. You don't know how important they were to the community. The Fletcher Powers, the Wolfies, the Moses, those guys, the guys at Princeton, Sanford and them.
Yeah.
You don't know how, Terry, you don't know how important these guys were. Yeah, they had different ways of how Fletch used to cuss them kids out over there.
Yeah.
But this Fletch used to tell them kids, Fletcher Powers tell them kids, you bring your report card. Yeah, Fletch, I would go through Fletcher's office. Fletch had about 4 or 5 kids sitting on the floor doing their work. You can't play. You can't swim. You can't run on the track. You can't do nothing until you get these grades up.
Yeah.
Moses was my first park leader.
Right.
Man, we got park. We used to go to the park. That was
Summer,
summer
you go to
camps.
the
You
summer.
go eat free lunch, eat free
Yes.
breakfast.
NYSP, baby.
Bring the cheese back to my mama.
NYSP,
yes.
My mom's like, y'all need to make sure Tiff get one.
NYSP.
NYSP.
It would
Everybody
be
in the city
1,000 kids at NYSP.
Everybody in the city went.
And you don't have that anymore.
The cheese and the powder milk. Oh, I don't
That-
eat
that
powder
inspired
milk,
too.
But that cheese,
Yeah.
you be
That inspired.
walking home with it.
That was
NYSP on
because there were a lot of
Dayton.
those people were Dayton Public School
University
employees,
of Dayton's campus.
and they worked at that NYSP.
Man, they had the best food.
It was
If
hands
everybody listened to NYSP had the best food, I promise you, it was better. Billy Brooks.
Yes.
You know the Billy Brooks camp, and it goes back to this, man. Like education is $1 billion business.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it's crazy to see that we can't get the right people in our city and some type of funding. Cause you look at where I coached at Princeton, our conference. You got Mason, Middletown,
All money.
all
Sycamore.
money. I mean, honestly,
Woods.
I almost made more at Princeton
Than you are now.
than what I'm making now because I got a master's degree too. So
Yeah.
there was levels. You know what I mean? So like it sucks to see that we don't have that type of funding in the city to get quality people in here to inspire these kids. You know what I'm saying?
We're
Like,
failing our kids.
that's what I'm saying. And if we are hiring people, we're hiring the wrong people because it goes back. Some people don't care. They want that check.
And they're going home.
And it is gonna be some kids where you can't change. It's gonna be some of them that
You can't save everybody.
You can't save everybody, but if you can save some, like myself,
You've done your job.
you did your job.
Griff did his job.
Oh yeah, for sure, definitely.
It was a lot of kids he saved.
I could have been expelled. I mean, like you said,
It could have been a lot of
I was
kids.
the dice
It could
king.
have been a lot of kids.
I was the
Yeah.
dice king.
Yeah.
Smart guy.
And it was days where Griff used to say, "Just go home for the day." Hey, he didn't suspend me, and I should have got 50 days.
Yeah.
We're gonna try again tomorrow.
That's
All right?
like.
We're gonna try again tomorrow.
That's
Go home
love.
for the day, take a day off or 2, and then come back on Wednesday. But I never went to school third quarter because there wasn't no sports. So I only went to school first quarter because I had to be eligible for basketball, and second quarter to be eligible for the second half of the season, and then fourth quarter I had to be
Ready
eligible
for
for
first
football.
grade. Oh,
Football.
Yeah.
So third quarter, I'm like, man, I ain't going to school third quarter, man. I never went to school third quarter until my senior year where I had to get eligible, and I still came up short.
Oh, he had to go to school. He moved in with Michael McCray.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Michael McCray wasn't having that.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? So, my brother, Glenda, his wife, they inspire me. Carrie, Griff, Wolfie. I can go on and on. Jeff Hoskins did so much for so many kids. He sacrificed for his own kids.
He sure did.
I know.
I remember going over Jeff's house. I used to eat up all the
But you know,
They used to give them shoes.
They take
Allen had
these
shoes
kids,
in the bag.
they take these people
They did everything.
and they shelf them.
Yeah,
They shelf the Malones.
right.
You know, yeah, Malone gonna be on you. He gonna agitate you, but Malone's gonna love you.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
He's gonna be there for you.
And he gonna pray for you.
He's gonna pray for you. He's gonna feed you. Whatever, he's gonna put you to work. Whatever he can do to save your soul.
right.
That's what we're shelving these people, and we got to stop shelving these people. And it's our community leaders, our voted in people, our people downtown at the Dayton Public School Board. You know, my guy Will Smith is doing I think a great job. He's the board president now, but we got to unshelf these
So
people.
Will.
We got to unshelf these people.
Open up them
For
fields,
for you're saying to get a kid to come out of Dayton Public to be a Division I basketball player. We
Not
gotta
even
unshelf
Division
some
I,
of these people.
D2,
D2, whatever. But
Whatever.
it starts in levels, like you say. And we got to unshelf these people. We got to put more programs back into the city
Yep.
where we can save these kids, these 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders. We don't have a young ladies basketball program where these girls can get developed right now because the price to rent a gym is astronomical
Right.
when I thought everything was for the kids.
Yeah, it's for the kids, man.
If you hear the success, especially
Yeah.
Right.
with us, you hear some. Y'all keep saying.
Because we didn't have those problems back then getting
We
the
didn't
gym.
have- You know what I mean?
Can you open the gym up? Yeah, I got it. Come
We
on, let's
got
go. Let's go.
And that's
Well, we had
right.
rec centers.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah,
We didn't
rec
have to-
centers.
I didn't think about going. I mean, then we played pickup.
Now, we would go from Westwood to Princeton,
Princeton,
like
to
to
Linden,
Linden, like we would play
Lombard.
everywhere.
And they was opening the gym up for y'all. They were opening it up for you. They were talking. They knew your name. They
Yep.
knew who you were. Wherever gym you went to, they knew you. They studied you and who you. Moses knew
Right.
who you were. Nobody went to cuss out Moses.
Right.
Nobody cussed out Fletch.
Yep.
Nobody cussed
Terry
these people.
Ragland, that was the first person I
Right.
ever played against men. He used
Yeah.
to be like, if she get hurt,
Right.
I'm gonna kill. I'm fighting. And that's the first time I ever played against boys.
Yes.
Yeah.
I
You
used to
gotta
play against
think
men.
that-
The
think
same-
at some of the schools, the janitors, custodians used to open the door.
Yeah.
For
Yep.
you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Like, don't steal nothing or whatever.
Mr.
Y'all go out there
Johnson.
and play or whatever
Yeah.
on Friday
There's
nights.
levels
I
to
remember they used
success.
work, open up
Yeah.
And
the
one
gym.
of them we talk about is older people. You don't
Right.
hear people this age just glorified people. Like, I love Tobit.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And sharing. I mean, they support you. But
And
we
these
also
younger people, they don't know who they are.
That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying.
Right.
But if you listen to the success, let's talk. He says, this,
You're giving
this-
homage.
homage,
you gotta give
but
homage
they
to
got
those.
me through.
Yeah.
Okay, so for me, they taught me the game.
Yep.
If Terry Ragland went at Princeton, I'd call it elbow. Then my dad would be dead because he
Yeah.
would've came up there and shot up Princeton. You know what I'm saying? But I had protectors.
Yeah.
Right. I'm
Yeah.
Yeah.
Carrie was one of them.
Carrie
I
was
couldn't
one.
get in Spunkies
D
for
was
nothing.
one.
I tried to walk in with my
They
friends.
protected me.
What
Yeah.
up, Meek? Hey!
Right.
I just
I-
catch her right in the neck.
Right.
Where you going?
That's,
I'm
and
going to
that's
Spunkies.
like you said, me like
Can't get in.
you had protectors, you know. What I'm saying?
Trendsetters. This dude
Yeah.
wore jumpers to school.
Yeah.
He ain't have but 2 pair of shoes. But he wasn't afraid to be different. He used to talk to me about basketball. Like, oh man, here he comes. He about to tell me what what happened in the Utah Jazz Lakers game.
Right.
Granny be like, man, just listen to me. That's my little
Right,
cut.
right.
But he
Right.
always talked about it.
Yeah.
So he's passionate about something.
Yep.
It might not have been school, but it all came together because he was like, let these kids be passionate. But you said trendsetter 25 times.
Yep.
You can't get something doing something everybody else does.
Right.
Regardless of your situation, we come from 2 different situations.
Mm-hmm.
You have to want to be different, and you have to be comfortable in what's not easy and different.
Right.
It's not easy to walk the shoes when everybody think you the man with some high, with a bolt down pair of feelers and some jumpers.
Nobody's gonna let y'all make that left
Neither.
turn.
Nah.
Never.
Nobody's gonna let you make.
But they
We
don't-
were
these kids don't
determined
have that.
not to
Yeah.
let Steve Wright fail.
Yep.
Not just Steve Wright, but Q Mills,
Yep.
Preston LaVale.
Yep.
We stayed on you and stayed on you to say, hey, we're not going to let you fail. We're going to fight for you. We're going to do this for you. And some get it, some don't.
Some don't.
Now, I'm not saying you got to go become a college coach to have success. You just have a productive life.
Yeah,
One thing.
But you also produce a group of people
Yeah.
that see success. So he saw Gino walk in.
Yeah.
I never knew that, but I know he was there every day with me.
Yep.
Right.
When you show, sometimes you need people in your life like you, who protect you and grow you and push you. When you was at the Tribal game hounding me, you made me go after them. I was like, all right, you and John Washington want to talk trash, but you need that. It's not really what they do; it's the impact they have on your life that shows somebody else. So Wolfie let me in and do all that, and this snotty-nosed dude that can't get it right. See Tamika go to Connecticut. He see all these people before him do these things. If he never experienced success, he would think it can never happen.
Mm-hmm.
This is my old cats talking to him.
Right.
What y'all did was give him an opportunity to see it.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So now he sees, okay, even though she a girl, she doing this. Oh,
Yep.
Brandy going to house. Oh, so-and-so from so-and-so. Oh, he playing football. He doing this. So it's not that Carrie put, nobody saw Carrie play.
Yep.
They just saw Carrie save me from going to Spunky's doing something stupid
Yep.
that might have stopped me from being able to impact his life.
Yep.
Right.
So now he's in a position.
Yep. Yep.
Now his testimony is
talk.
there, and now everybody is protecting him and making sure he see it, and he get through, and he had Prop 48, and now he's the man. And now these kids say, guess what? Like you said, you were the reason why you're on my top 5 because you was a trendsetter.
Yeah.
Because for you, it's just different.
Right.
Yeah.
It's about who gives back,
Yep.
right?
It is.
Yeah.
And for
It
me,
is.
you just use that word. You use older people,
Yeah.
trendsetters.
Yep.
And a trendsetter, you can't be the same. That's the one thing
Gotta be different.
when I used to dream, I used to be like, I can't do what everybody else do, because the grass is it's not where the grass is greener, it's where it's being watered.
Yep.
Okay,
Ooh.
Yeah.
so we got water
Yeah.
and more grass.
Yeah.
So nobody sees to
And
say
more grass,
they don't
yeah.
see. Not everybody has a podcast to say, hey, I've helped these young people out, or for us to say, thanks, Wolfie. Wolfie didn't do the work. He opened up his arms. He cared. He saved some people, and that created more young people seeing young people successful.
And you know what though, Tamika, on that? You don't hear Wolfie saying, patting himself on the back. I did this for Tamika. I did this for Steve. You know, I've never, me and Dan, I've never said, I broke my neck for Steve. I did this for this guy. I did this for Daquan. I never said that. I just like, hey man, I sat back and enjoyed the show. I watched what they did, and I loved it.
Yep.
That's what I did.
You also continue to support.
Yeah.
Think about this
Always.
conversation. You got a bum foot. It's about to explode. We don't know if you can keep it. We in prayer. I'm mad you there, but happy you there, because I know you sick, and I know some stuff going on, and I know you a person that you going to give your last breath to this.
Yeah.
It's just who you are. You always been that way. That's my mama loved you. And
Yeah.
you was a knucklehead.
I was.
You know what I'm saying? But you showed up at Wittenberg
Yeah.
and watched me coach a D3 team. You showed up at his game and watched him without his 2 most talented people almost, win state. So it didn't stop in Dayton.
No.
You kept, and you had 2 dudes there that was trying to, get on the honey bun, some football guys.
Yeah.
But guess what they got exposed to? College.
Yes, it did.
It don't matter the university. You don't know nothing till you go out.
Right.
I thought going out of town.
I got
my
one kid
neighborhood,
now just wants to go to Wittenberg.
Yeah. And they saw the facility.
Yeah,
Said,
I
guess
want to
what?
go to Wittenberg, coach.
But if he didn't
Okay.
see Gino walk through the door, who knows if he was like, I'm just gonna go, do this and slint and do whatever, because I ain't never seen that.
Well, see, listen, y'all not supposed to be giving me no flowers. I don't want any
Nah,
flowers.
but what we said,
Right.
but what we saying
No,
is,
it makes sense.
It was
You didn't
a
stop
trickle
support.
down effect. I think me, Beanut, SMED, we talked about it, whatever, on the last thing, that that we protect everybody in that sense, because not saying y'all gonna get here, is just because we tapped into y'all dream and what y'all was trying to do, and we make sure that whatever part I could play or he could play or whatever, we make sure it was there. If it was driving you somewhere, I remember when I didn't coach football, but I was because I'm with him. You know what I'm saying? I didn't see Steve play football. I was down at CJ and I had to worry about, because Meek got us tickets when it was sold out. And I wanted to scalp my tickets, but I didn't though. She was gonna be like, "Where was you at?" You know
You had
what I'm
to move the
saying?
games.
Because he sat in the front row and I stood by the door all the time. So you know what I'm saying? So it's like with that thing, but when you were saying that, it was because what was handed down to us. From everybody that affected us, we all got a little bit of that, and that's how, you know what I'm saying, that's how we cope. When I went to the park, Moses said, I need one of them pretzel sandwiches, I need another one. We ain't really got nothing to eat, and they took care, you know what I'm saying, that. He don't know what I'm going, you know what I'm saying, what I'm going to be or whatever, because I was a little bad running around, but evidently he seen something, and then I went from there to trickle down, with with Mr. Pearson playing for the Mohawks, then you know what I'm saying, being part when the airmen trickled down, you know, all the way down to SMED, because SMED was a trickle down effect from all of the stuff that we was doing as far as the Pee Wee. You know what I'm saying? And he way under. You know what I'm saying? He way under us. But he seen us somewhere and picked up. I went in there when first I went to Belhaven. Look, I said, SMED just stole some of my stuff. I didn't see him out there, which was cool though. It was cool. Though. I never said that. When I was just talking about, I knew the organization and all that stuff that you came. It was all passed down, you know, from Pearson and whatever. So it's like that. I mean, and you should be there because we didn't roll everywhere to like to see people or whatever, and they always figured like we had an angle. It was no angle. We used to tell them, man, they don't owe us nothing but some steak dinner and some shoes. You know, all that stuff. You know, they was getting. You know, we was in the hood giving them out. I got a car full of shoes, you know what I'm saying? Unboxed, I'm riding. What size you wear? 13s. I got some 13s, and I got this. They go on, you know, Chris, right? They give me all of this stuff. I'm handing out. Whatever Tamika come, I'll be like, Tamika, you don't need nothing. You going back to school, let me get all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? It's girls in the hood walking around with UConn stuff on. You know what I'm saying? Same way with Steve with that Bowling Green.
Inspired.
Let me with 13, because he was 13. Let me get them, Steve.
See
that, and then you know, we pass them down. Steve said, "Man, I got a bag full of stuff, Bird."
Yep. It goes back, man. Like everything that I learned from you guys. Like I implement that into my program. Like people I always talk about D Bays is because like that's like my son.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like I moved him into my house with my wife and my 2 kids.
You did what somebody did for you.
You know what I mean? Like he came to me with a 1.6 from Finneytown. And I'm looking at his transcript like, oh, he ain't gonna make it. But we made it work, and he did his unconditional route of not going to Syracuse, finished with a 2.75, went from a 1.6 to a 2.75 19 ACT to signing a $14 million deal with New Balance at 18 years old and doing an internship with New Balance and then being a first-round draft pick. You know what I mean? So some of the things that you guys taught me, same thing for him. I gave back, and he'll tell you. You know what I mean? He'll tell you, like, I wouldn't be where I'm at if it wasn't for you.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, now he had all the talent in the world. Like, we worked on his game, but it was more the mental stuff. Trying to teach him life skills. You know what I mean? Like, I ain't going to take credit for that because he was already talented.
Right.
Now, we worked on some stuff.
You developed some other things.
Yeah, we developed some other stuff. But, at the end of the day, it was more of the mental side of being a mentor to him. And, just letting him be himself, and now he, going to his 4th year in the league, he's playing well.
Doing really well.
He's doing his thing. So, whatever.
And you know what? I watch him, and I watch OKC because of him.
Absolutely.
I watch him because of him, because of your relationship, because I'll talk to you, how's it going with you and him, what's going on. Well, I'm about to fly out to Vegas, and he's working out, and we're doing that. So I keep up with it just because of your relationship with him, And it's, I got into coaching and sort of mentoring. Me and Darren, we both really, it's crazy how God works because we both start changing our lives at the same time. And I said I want to coach because when I was at Colonel Wright, I felt used by the coaches. And I never want to use kids. I never want to see kids get used like that. I was used on the basketball court, and I was used on the football field. I was used on the track. I was used. And they didn't care if I went to college or not. And at that time, I was having a rough time at home. So they didn't care. They didn't care. And I said, I want to care. I want to show these kids that I care, that they get somewhere. But then also I was able to see and study how Fletcher Powers work and implement that into how I do things, and watch Terry Ragland and watch how he work and how he talk to kids and cuss at kids, and Fletcher cuss at kids, and Big Carl, he used to work down there, and Moses, and how Moses was really a nice, smooth, nice, not hollering at kids type guy. He was just a nice guy. He was always respectful to me, So, and that's what I just wanted to do, There was no intention of saying, okay, I want y'all to do this, or y'all come back when y'all get older, and y'all, it was never that. I never thought of that. I never thought I would be where I am today. Never thought that.
But you gotta look at this, Karen, not to cut you off. Like we knew the real from fake. When you talking about you felt like you was cheated, we knew what was real, what was fake.
Yeah.
If you know what I mean.
Yeah.
If you know what I mean.
Yeah, I know.
We knew what was real. So the respect level for you was everybody respected it. You know what I mean?
That.
Same thing with D Bird to McCray. Everybody, like, we knew the real from fake. When we ain't done, we grew up in the hood. Like,
and these kids know it
we
now.
knew what it is.
Say that.
You know what I mean? We
These
did
kids know it
everything.
now.
We didn't seen it all. So when we was from 98 to 02, like, I knew what was real, what was fake.
Yeah. I told a kid now, a kid was, he's transferring. A couple of other kids are transferring. I told this kid, and I said, listen, I'm not trying to talk you into staying here. I'm not trying to do that, because if you feel like you need to go, you need to go. I said, but I want to talk to you about if they care about you or not, because I don't think they care about you. And I'm not going to go into details why I know they don't care about you, but they don't care about you. And one day you're going to look back at this, and I tell them all, you're going to look back at all the things I'm telling you when you're 25 years old, and you done effed up everything that you can F up, and you're going to look back and you're going to say, damn, I should have listened.
Right.
I should have listened to what he was telling me, because he was really trying to point me in the right direction. And I keep telling these kids, college, use it as a VIP card to life. You trying to get in a club, it's a long line. If you got that VIP card, you can walk right to the front line or to the side door.
Yeah.
With that bachelor's degree, that college degree, you can just walk through the line.
Yeah.
You ain't got to fill out no application. You turn in your resume. You network. Yeah, you network.
I got the UD job. They don't have my resume on
Yeah.
my portfolio. I didn't get interviewed.
Right.
They just called me.
Exactly. And you got a VIP card.
Right.
You got a VIP card because you went through the things to get that VIP card. You got a card. And I'm telling them that, like, man, that card can take you. F the NBA, F the NFL. We're talking about life.
Right.
Where you don't have to be working at Chewy and Crocs and sweating and worrying about, is Charlie gonna come terminate me tomorrow? If you just do X, Y, and Z. So, I'm gonna move on from there. I'm gonna go to this next question. And this is a good question here. Look, y'all going to y'all phones, YouTube. Okay, and before I go there,
It's your fault.
It's a late show. I'm sorry. We live. We live,
baby.
But before I go there, my prayers and stuff go out to Buffalo, the people of Buffalo.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
That's we're gonna give our prayers out to the people, the community of Buffalo. I wish. And I want to say this to, the majority of the other people that don't look like me. Stop using mental illness as an excuse for assassinations. That's not mental illness. That young man knew what he was doing. And it's sad that 10 people are gone. People have lost mothers, grandmothers, sisters, wives, husbands. It's not right, and then for you to justify it and say, well, he has mental illness. You don't drive 3 hours with mental illness. You know what you're going to do. You don't have mental illness when you see a guy that looks like you laying on the ground and you say, oh, I'm sorry, and bypass him and go to the next person of color to shoot.
Right. They're charging little Johnny 16 as an adult.
Yeah. That's not mental illness. So I'm asking you all to stop doing that. Stop giving these people excuses. And this country will never, evolve and come together if you don't start looking at the real and just, look at that and come together. So I just want to give my prayers to the people of Buffalo. And with that note, I'm going to go to this. This is my, pretty much my last question. And I'm going to start implementing this in the show now. Okay?
All right.
I ain't been to school in a while.
Tamika, give me your 5.
Diggy.
No, I want your female MCs.
Oh.
Hip hop.
Number 1.
No, don't give me number 5 first. Give me number 5.
I didn't even have number 5.
I know you don't.
Because I was driving and texting.
Okay.
Let's say number 5 would be.
Just freestyle it. See what I did there?
You don't have a number 5?
No, I don't have a number 5. Maybe it would be salt and pepper.
There you go.
Oh, that's a good number 5.
Salt and pepper.
That's a good number 5.
All right.
Okay.
Let's
Give me number
go.
4.
Little Kim. The Queen Bee, so
The
you
Queen
best
Bee,
take
the
it.
Il Nana.
Can I proceed?
The Il
yes,
Nana.
I'm
Yes.
no shade if I can't get play. Go you up to your girl like the army banana.
Oh, y'all here.
You can shine like
Ice capade. Oh.
Okay.
Little Kim.
She should have
Okay.
been one the way you spin that lyrics.
Number 3. Foxy.
Yes.
I had to do it for Sue Bird. That's our favorite.
That's
We're gonna
y'all
go see
thing.
her in the club.
Okay.
Sue love Foxy. Okay. Number 2, Missy Elliott.
Phenomenal. Genius.
And number 1. You can cha-cha-cha.
Yes,
To this
yes.
morning, bro. I'm the
Yes.
dopest female that you heard thus far. And your do gets better. The voice
Ooh.
gets wetter.
Uh-huh.
Nobody gets hurt. As long
That's
as you
your
let her.
laptop.
Do my thing with the 89. I wasn't even born yet, but the period was.
Yes. MC Light. Steve is looking over there like, who's MC Light?
No, I know who MC Light is. Yeah.
Hey, Carrie and D was at the
sure.
Palladium like.
Yes.
They start going back to the Palladium like Lakeside.
I was hitting the whop on
That
him.
was before Spunkies.
He was dancing. I was standing.
I'm a
You don't know
dancer.
what the Palladium is. You
I
are
get
not-
down. I was doing. I was hitting it. So
Hey.
yeah, I was doing it.
With the suspenders on.
So do you have a
Yes,
top
it's
5 women?
No, I don't. You told me men.
Okay.
No, it was both. It was both.
It was both.
Oh no.
No,
you're
you
right.
said
Okay, give me your men. Give me your men. Top 5. Cause I'm coming back to you.
of all time.
All time. Ain't no 30. Ain't no this since 1990.
Okay.
All time.
So I'm gonna go
Number
go
5.
top to bottom.
Number 5.
5.
92.1.
5. I'm gonna go Big Daddy Kane.
Okay.
Ooh.
Go Big
Ooh.
Daddy
Brooklyn.
Kane. I'm gonna
Where
go Big
Brooklyn
Daddy Kane
at? Where
5.
Brooklyn at?
I'm gonna go 4.
Big Daddy Kane just done a song with more today.
4 is tough. What did I put right there for 4?
Yeah, pick up that phone.
I'm trying to think who I put.
Trying to shuffle his list, man.
I was all over the place.
That's what I'm saying. Wayne was 4.
Oh, Lil Weezy.
Who?
Wayne.
Lil Weezy.
Wayne was 4.
NBA, baby.
Biggie was 3.
Okay.
Okay.
Pac.
Okay.
And y'all already know.
The Rock Jay-Z.
You already
That's
know.
your air. That's your air. So
Come on,
I ain't
man.
gonna knock it.
That's
Go.
my. You
I'm not gonna knock it.
Jay-Z the best of all time.
Thank you.
It ain't no question.
He like,
It's no question.
Okay, listen, Steve.
No,
This isn't.
I'm about to-
You have your
got some earplugs?
you have your
Jay-Z
opinion.
is the best
Now
of
listen,
all
listen
time.
to me now.
no.
Go.
A lot of his
Stand
lyrics.
on it.
A lot of his lyrics. I think I love Jay-Z. I love the stuff that he says, but I like the fact that he says some of the same stuff in different songs. He says some of the same stuff, and also he's taking a lot of Biggie's lyrics and implementing it into his songs.
Hey,
So I think he's.
I got something for you.
I think he's fired. Don't do that. Don't do that. We can't copyright infringement right now.
Oh, okay.
We can't play it right now.
Okay.
Because if you could, I would play something for you.
You right.
Because I'm just older, so I have
Oh.
a different thing, a
Some
different
people
feeling.
hate, man.
So Tamika, give me your 5.
He a Big Daddy Kane fan. He almost fell out the seat when he said
Okay,
Big Daddy
number
Kane.
5.
Here we go.
What we doing? R&B?
Not yet.
Oh, okay.
We on hip hop, right?
Hip hop.
This could go both ways. The Fugees.
Ooh.
Number 4.
So why didn't you have Lauryn Hill as your number 5
That's
rapper?
I did that. That's
On
who I
purpose.
should. No, I could. That's who I could have put on there. 'Cause
Yes.
You're right. I was driving and trying to.
Okay.
Okay.
You
Number
got 2
4,
badass kids. So
And I
okay.
got 2. Yeah, you're right. And number 4, I went with Nas. If I rule the world. And life, we ain't gonna get in that. Number 3 is TCQ. Tribe Called Quest.
Yes.
Here we go,
Well,
yo.
that's a group.
Yeah, but I-
TLC a group.
We're gonna take it as
Hey.
the hip hop.
Now this is me in college. This is how you understand me, because I'm gonna be on the court like, but now I'm gonna elbow you in the face. DMX.
You're from the East, you're at the East Coast.
That was it.
Right.
That was it.
You're in the East Coast, and DMX was really.
But my
you
number
know,
1 is Biggie.
Okay. That's hot.
Biggie Smalls is the illest.
That's hot. You know, I'm of course older, so you know I got Rakim as my number one guy.
KRS-One.
I got KRS-One in there because he's the teacher.
Big Daddy
Okay.
Kane.
I got Scarface.
Scarface.
Okay, I like Face.
Yeah, Face is
Face
a
nice.
bad
I
boy.
listen to Face now.
Yeah, you should.
Yeah.
Face is
Who
a
else you
bad
got?
boy. Biggie.
Biggie
Tupac.
Smalls is the illest. Tupac.
I want to put Jay-Z in there, but I want to put Jay-Z
Jay-Z
in
is
there
the
somewhere.
Have to.
I can't.
Oh,
I can't put him in front of Face.
I can't.
I can't put him in front of Face. I like him, but I can't put him in front of Face. It's a lot of, you know, for me, it's a lot of great rappers. It
is.
It's teach.
Did you say Rakim?
Yes,
I
no, I
was about
said
to say
Rakim.
Yeah.
I was
That's the
about to
best
say
to me. The lyricist,
Yeah.
Rakim, you need to sit back and just listen to Rakim's
Right.
lyrics. You know, and that's why I tell my kids today. I was like, hey man, okay, what is he saying? What's your rapper saying? What is this guy? What is Lil Durk saying?
Right.
You know, the new suit do right now. Who the F is that? You know,
Right.
I like it. It's catchy, but what is he saying?
Right.
Is he telling us some kind of story?
That's what I'm saying. Jay-Z tells stories.
He's from Brooklyn. That's what they do. He got it from Big Daddy Kane,
And Slick
Biggie,
Rick.
yeah, Slick Rick, all those guys.
Dana Dane.
Slick
Dane.
Rick.
Yeah.
Dane
Brooklyn.
Dane.
They
Those are
ain't-
Brooklyn
they ain't
guys.
Close,
Right.
They ain't not close to the story.
Yeah, because they got it from Big Daddy Kane.
Right.
In the symphony.
Yeah, the storyteller.
The storytelling, I mean,
That's where MC started from,
Yeah.
storytelling.
For sure.
So
Hey, SMED, in the symphony.
When you look at career-wise,
his albums, all that,
his
yeah.
albums, everything.
He's dropped a lot of albums.
Overall,
You know,
lot.
you got Wayne in there. I don't know
Jerry Smith was saying.
how.
major.
And Wayne had ghostwriters. He had ghostwriters. I don't, you know, it's different for me with R&B having ghostwriters
Right.
to hip hop, because hip hop is supposed to be your own, what you got right here,
Off
and
your
you got
chest.
ghostwriters.
Right.
You know, because there was a list out about the women, and they had who they have at the number one for the women.
Nicki and that.
No,
Nick.
Nicki
it wasn't
Minaj?
Nicki, it was somebody who write, what, Cardi B, who got artists?
I'm
Right,
about to tell you. I'm about to tell you. I
I'm
got
gonna be
it
on
down.
this and you was outraged.
Yeah, Nicki Minaj is number one. Lil Kim is 2. Missy Elliott 3. Queen Latifah 4. Lauryn Hill 5. Lisa Lopez.
Lisa Lopez.
Right.
Oh, okay. With the patch, right?
Debrat.
TLC.
Oh, I was like, who was that?
Eve. Foxy Brown 9.
Lisa Lopez.
They got Cardi B in the. They got Cardi B in the top 10.
Hey, like Lisa Lopez.
She hasn't written
on the
one
thinking side,
lyric.
Right.
Yeah.
She lit.
Left eye.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, she passed away. That's TLC.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Left Eye.
I know
But
who
Left
it
Eye,
is.
Right.
Left Eye should not be in the top
I'm
10.
just- She's a top 10?
Not as an artist, but I'm just saying, just I don't
But
know.
they got
Maybe-
MC
maybe
Light. They got
three.
MC Light
Maybe
19
three.
on this
Yeah.
list.
19.
19.
Yeah, they
They
tripping.
bugging.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're
they tripping.
bugging. They're really bad on
Queen
that.
Latifah
So
was what? Top 10?
Queen Latifah was she was top
Oh,
10.
yeah.
She was
Three,
4.
Four.
She
You
was
know
4.
what my pregame song was? When I was at Young Nut? It was Mr. Ed.
Really?
Because it was like the most conceited song that you could listen to. They
Yeah.
only had really one hit.
So let's go R&B. Steve, we're gonna start with you.
Yeah, start
Give
with
me your top 3 R&B
This
groups.
is where I live.
Yeah, let's go.
BBD. I ain't gonna put them in order. Bell Biv.
I thought you was gonna put. I told you put them in order.
Nah, Bell
I
Biv DeVoe.
messed up on mine.
Bell Biv DeVoe.
Gotta shout out.
Good.
Jagged
Poison.
Edge. Jagged Edge.
Oh, yeah.
Jagged Edge was
It was a
good.
whine and keep sweat, nigga.
Oh, yeah.
You can meet me at the altar if you ain't not man. Meet me at the
Hey.
But you know
Baby,
the song, though.
Yeah,
But you know the song, though.
Yeah, after
But you
I don't
know
know the
song.
words.
after 20 years.
You
You know
just
that.
said
You know
it.
that.
You know
Okay,
the
Jagged
words.
Edge, what you got?
He was at the
Though.
Gym City
You know the
Classics.
words.
Hell no.
He was at the Gym City Classics.
Hell to the
And you
no.
like the remix.
He was in the
No,
front.
I don't even know it.
Yeah,
Talk
you
to
do.
me, who else?
You see in there. You do it like
said
a
groups,
remix.
right?
Yeah, R&B groups,
I put-
R&B, whoever.
So who I put? Bell Biv DeVoe.
Jagged Edge.
Jodeci.
Jagged Edge.
That's a good
So he got 3. So that's your
Yeah.
3.
Jodeci.
Jodeci.
Jodeci number 1.
Now I'll go with Jodeci.
Jodeci number 1.
Maybe
Great
I.
Hey,
We'll
my
cry
dorm, I used to play that.
That's my
Jodeci,
spot.
boy.
Baby, I'm begging, baby, I'm begging, begging, baby.
Hey, Sam.
Yeah, it's still like you play their stuff now. It's like it just
Lord
came
have
out.
mercy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bangers nonstop.
Knocking the boots. All
Okay, I
that.
gotta change
Like,
mine. I gotta change mine.
I
'Cause
like-
Oh, damn.
Cause I just saw R&B. I didn't see R&B group.
Okay, and just be
That's
like,
what I'm saying.
go ahead, give me
I
you
should have
got.
went to public school.
H-Town was
I can't
H-Town was
read.
my dudes
Wait.
too.
Number 3,
Britney Spears,
112,
Ooh.
There we go.
which was my
Okay.
Cupid.
which was my
That
college,
thing.
which was my college room.
Peaches and cream.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That Cupid, man. I be playing that sometimes with my daughters. When
My
my kids be in the
That's
car.
telling, hey, she's telling what she was doing. In college, yeah. And she's telling herself, I'm going to tell your mama, Josephine,
Let me call her right quick.
Josephine, your daughter was being naughty at UConn. Okay, go ahead.
I'm gonna go New Edition.
Oh, okay, it's some love.
Okay.
It's some love on my back.
Okay.
Yeah. Any heartbreak.
This is the one you gonna be like, what?
Am I going to get up and walk out of here
You
with a
are.
bad leg?
You are
Okay.
Drew Hill.
Oh. I was close. Yeah, Drew Hill was banging.
When I
though.
was in college freshman year, it was L Boogie, Drew Hill,
Noriega. Think of Cisco alone. Think of Drew Hill.
Noriega.
Not just Cisco.
Not Cisco. Yeah.
Drew Hill,
I love
they only
it.
had 2 songs.
They had the whole. I could sing the whole CD.
Drew
Used
Hill
to
was
sing it
banging.
in my dorm every day. It was Lauryn Hill came out in '98. Drew Hill came out like
Just Sleeping in
at
My
90,
Bed,
Sleeping
still
in
a
my
banger.
bed.
What?
Let's sleep.
Somebody
Sleeping
Oh, this
in
that
my
era.
I know. I gotta accept that. I gotta
Hey.
accept that.
It's an
But she
age
did say New Edition, so
Yeah.
we on a good team
I'm trying
right
to
there.
listen to-
Steve did say Jodeci,
Yeah.
and I did like 112.
You know what I'm saying? We coming up 90s, we're early 90s.
Yeah, we 90s.
Yeah.
But what I
Oh,
listened to
83?
the most when I got to college was all old. You know, my parents were older, so I listened.
Right.
To all, I didn't know who hardly nobody was.
I can play some Jodeci. My daughter's in the car.
I listened to Drake, the Platters.
I mean, you don't. What era you talking? I mean, you talking about R&B?
Just your list.
Because my thing,
Go.
I mean, if I tell you mine, it's
Go.
Elements of the Universe. Y'all like, who was that?
I ain't
Sing the
never
song.
heard
Earth, Wind, and Fire. Earth, Wind, and Fire.
Okay, I got
Okay.
it.
Over your head.
That one over there. But I know all these songs now.
Okay, yeah,
I just never heard
the
it.
Isley Brothers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, they,
That's a legendary pick.
Yeah.
Legendary
Yeah.
I know
And
Isley,
my number
all
one?
Isley, R. Kelly, Isley.
You don't know my number one?
Yeah.
Maze featuring Frankie Beverly.
okay.
Oh, okay.
That's
If you
concert.
never got to see a Maze show,
It's
Live.
I feel sorry
You're
for
gonna
him.
be in the. You're gonna be
Because
sitting in those rows.
He hasn't had a hit in 30 years, and he's going to be the headliner.
Right.
And he's going to pack the show, and he's going to put on a hell of a show.
Man, I was at a show where he lost his voice and the crowd just sung the song.
Just sung the
whole
song.
thing.
They gonna do it.
And we're gonna be in the walkway.
Yeah.
You don't sleep in your seat.
Yeah,
Mhm.
he's phenomenal. Phenomenal entertainer, man. The group was just fire, man. It was a really Maze. I listen to Maze right now.
The old school.
Yeah, but if I was to go new, I go New Edition, Jodeci, and probably one of my favorite groups is 112. I like 112.
112
What
was
was
nice.
it?
I'm going.
They just fire.
Oh,
Wait a minute. The
Come on,
dead.
get us straight,
The
bro.
dead has a resident.
Hey,
I'm going.
listen. Before he talks, mind you, he's got 17 kids. So that mug was listening to some music. On some of them kids that might have been, 400 degrees by Juvenile or something. Ain't no telling what he's listening to, but go ahead, bro.
Oh my God.
What was Billy Jean?
Temptations.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, there you go.
Yes.
Okay.
Heat Wave.
Okay.
I'm going like
damn.
70s right there. I'm going Heat Wave.
Mm.
And then Temptations, Heat Wave. And then I'm going with.
What's your favorite Heat Wave?
Huh?
What's your favorite Heat Wave?
Everybody's favorite. You know what? No.
What's your favorite Heat Wave?
I ain't even got to say it.
What's yours, Gary?
I would say always
Mind
forever,
blowing
but
decisions.
mind blowing decisions.
On the road.
I told you.
Cause
collision.
Must decide how to go. Is she mine? I want to know.
I don't like
But don't
that.
think too long.
Stanky.
You don't like that? You don't like that? Oh yeah.
I like that. That was good.
Right. So then,
I disrespect
then we'll
it.
come up. Then we'll come up. We'll come up a little 80s and we'll go. Rick James.
That's why you got them kids. That's why you got them kids. Give it to me, baby. Give it to me, baby. Give it to me, baby.
Rick James and the Stone City Band. Cameo.
Oh,
cameo.
Give it to me, what you say?
Yeah,
Give it to me, what you say? Give it to me.
I gave it to you.
And then LTD.
Oh,
Ooh.
With Osborne as the lead singer then.
yeah, that's fire.
And then we move on, of course, New Edition.
Damn, you got 3
H-Town.
sets.
I'm just saying.
He been
I
going
just-
on
I
to
went-
the He going through the
17 kids.
It's a lot of songs.
H-Town.
She's
H-Town.
like, she's like, what are we on right
Emotions.
now?
It
What
was
beat are we
emotions
on?
now. It was
Oh.
emotions.
Hey, let me tell you, that
Emotions.
was
All about
Emotions
emotions.
was a banger.
Let me tell you right
And I'm
now.
gonna take. Gotta go with Silk Sonic. That's my new in there. Silk Sonic, Bruno Mars. Yeah, Silk Sonic. So that's mine.
That's a great list.
Okay, so it's late, and I'm sorry, everybody. You know, we the show went on long, but I'm gonna let everybody close. I'm Tamika, give you 2 minutes. Say something to closing.
I tell you one thing, taking this job, and Steve and I hit on it. You don't know. You said you talked to some young people, and you said in 20 years from now you'll understand. Well, it's been 20 years for me, and I'm back where I started. And there's one thing that I didn't, like I tell you guys, I didn't put in the equation was the impact that I had coming back
To the community.
and the impact that I want to have to the community. So I hand out my number. People like, I'm trying to help someone, so I give my number.
Right.
They like, I'm calling you right now. They like, the mayor.
Shop.
Yeah, this is what we do. If the NCAA didn't take that away from me, we had camps and clinics. Keisha Foster, Judy Harris, my mentor. We had a 401, a 403B. We had everything set up, and then they cut it off because they said I was using it as a recruiting tool because I was working at Ohio State.
Right.
That's when we had the summer league,
Right.
we had the Tamika Williams camp, all that to give back, and we had great kids coming out, all D1 young kids from the city coming out, and they all wanted to play basketball, like they loved the game. So now to be back in a space where it's easy to say you have these stores, or me to come in and talk about it, and then go and live in Columbus.
Right.
Now I'm moving to Dayton, and I'm gonna be here at least for 6 years.
Right.
God has given you.
So
Right.
I'm not just a story
blessing.
anymore. I don't
Yeah.
come and just talk and leave. I'm here. In
10
2
toes
weeks,
down.
10 toes down in Dayton, Ohio. Right back where I was.
Right back home.
I was born in Miami Valley, and I'm right back home.
Miami
So for
Valley.
me, Miami Valley kids.
Miami Valley.
kids.
Yeah, that place
Miami
ain't
Valley.
ish
Hey,
now.
Carrie,
Hey.
and I got the whole city behind me.
There we go.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Like,
I can't go nowhere.
Miami
I'll be
Valley.
thinking, they just say I'm Josephine. I look like my mom.
You do.
You know, so when I put them little apps together,
Yeah.
like I have the
You
entire
don't see her.
city
My
behind
mom is tall. Her mom is looking her eye to eye, if not a little tall.
me. She almost 80.
Yeah.
hey, we gonna win a national championship.
We are.
I went to a
We gonna
mid-major and
win
won a national
We
championship.
can
I'm not
do
saying.
it.
Right.
National
And
championship.
I'm gonna be there. We gonna be there.
Yeah,
We gonna get free tickets, devil. We gonna be there.
When I took the job, it's like they don't know what just happened. It's gonna smell a little different in the
I know.
arena.
It's gonna be so major.
What are they doing in here?
A lot of color in here now.
I can't
What's
wait
that
to go to
smell?
practices, man, just to learn. I'm excited for you. I can't wait to get over there and check out
I'm
some
trying to be
practices.
like this guy.
So
So Steve, tell me. Give me 2 minutes. Tell me something.
I would say, man, just dream. You know what I mean? Like I think, I'm talking about myself. Like I had a dream, and a lot of kids out there, and find something that you really enjoy. You know what I mean? And if you find that itch, really attack it. On a daily basis. Really put forth effort. If that's a relationship with God, or basketball, or football, or being an educator, or being a doctor, or nurse, whatever you inspire to be, like just give it 100%. And I think you'll get the results. That's just my peace of mind. But I really appreciate you having me on. You guys are like family. So, you know, just I appreciate you. Thank you.
And I appreciate you coming. You know, people don't know you drove down from
2 hours.
Yeah, to be here, and that speaks a lot to our relationship, and I appreciate it. You know, the last time Tamika was here, she drove here a long.
I got to drive back tonight too.
Yeah.
But I love you, like.
Yeah, I love you.
Woo.
I
love
thank you.
Carrie.
I thank you. I texted her the other day. I said, Tamika, what you doing Wednesday? She already knew what I wanted. Be on the show.
I was driving by one Wednesday. I was like, I ain't gonna go in there like that. They gonna be like, what you here for? You up here?
So, Darren, you want to close with something?
Oh,
prayer.
My 2 minutes is, I just thank God that I'm working in my gift. Things that I prayed for, not to be in the graveyard or in jail for all my kids that, you know, I didn't want them to visit me there. I didn't want to be a hypocrite when I was telling them don't do this. I wanted to be an example. Right now, me and the guy I coach, Coach Parker, started our Camp Extraordinary Men mentoring. Right now, we have 581 kids signed up.
Wow.
So that's just a testimony that people know we care. Like, no advertisement, know that. And, you know, we want the city to take up notice that when you put people, and we're talking about no money, you know, the last 3 or 4 years, I barely, you know, like gas money, because money ain't really the issue. It's my time. It's 9 weeks, the whole summer. You know, we 9
I'm
weeks.
watching our part of that.
Yeah. So I'm just happy to get up and try to inspire, because somebody inspired me. Somebody believed in me to stop me and tell me, put them, you know, them guns down. You can do better with your life and all that. And that I'm just passing it down, which is a lit torch. So that's my thing. I mean, for y'all, and I don't know, your voice is bad. By the time
It's Daquan.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Daquan.
Tamika, I just know your voice is they bad. I'll probably be to switch to girls by the time they get to
Oh, please.
Steve, right? Because I might not be at that age, but nah, I'm appreciative. You know, that's my guy, that's my brother. So anybody like in the circle, whether I bring them in, he bring them in, or whatever, they always treat it like family. And I wanted to tell something funny. The first time I seen Tamika out of sweats and had clothes, we all was like, damn, who is that? Remember, Carrie, we was like, and where do you think you're going?
Right. You're not coming in here.
You're not coming in here. Hey, that was a chokehold. That's it. Nuh-uh. Carrie grabbed her up.
He was a hater. He was a professional hater.
Carrie grabbed her up and I was covering her up.
Yeah.
Well, you know how the wall where Spunkies is, and they've been there, so it's a long wall.
Get your
in
ass
front of all them people. Get out of here.
At
You
the
know
door.
what I'm saying?
Like, y'all can't go in.
Nah, you
y'all
can't
here.
go.
Y'all secure. Y'all, if something happened, help.
Nah.
I'm the tallest person in here.
The thing was, we was outside. We ran the outside. We wasn't inside, so you got to be
And if something had happened inside, I would be worried about her.
Right.
You know, I'm worried. I wouldn't be able to focus that night because I'd have been worried about her.
Right.
If something happens, I don't want anything to happen to her.
I lived right around the corner.
You know, but I didn't want nobody falling on her. You know, messing her up in any kind of way.
Same way with Steve.
Yeah, I just did.
Steve be out. Like Steve, Tamika, Daquan, Norris, all them guys had to check in.
But a public school basketball game in UD Arena.
Yeah.
A public school basketball game in UD Arena. And you know Carrie.
Justin,
they
go get her popcorn.
3 rows. You know, they got their legs over one row. They sit
we
away
have
from everybody.
we
There, they spread out. There's only 2 of them in section 1 on section. Okay? And then they got Ray. Ray over there, everybody just, hey, you know, I got a show tonight. I got a show tonight. You know what I'm saying? Ray.
I got a show tonight.
I got to brush my teeth. I got a show tonight.
Hey, Ray. It was a shame. She shut out Ray.
Hey, my brother used to always say that about Ray. So they sit up there. I'm walking and I'm like, yeah, dog, there's Carrie and D. You know, like, and they go, because as soon as I pass, Carrie be like, hey, come here, where your mom? You know, it was all a setup. It really meant sit your butt down. Yeah. You're not about to walk around. The arena, like, it's open. It's a public school game.
No
they ain't never let me do that.
No strolling, SMED, at all. No strolling.
I just ride them all. Hey, I just ride up and down.
Watch the game.
She didn't go to concession stand, none of that. You sit down or whatever.
Which was equally as dangerous, right? Ride up and down getting
That was fun. I was living on the edge.
Riding the bird.
I used to sit and park. Don't tell Carrie.
You know, I'm gonna close with this. You know, first off, you know, everything is with God. With me, God is, you know, I praise Him because for what He's done for me in my life, and just changing me around from the ratchet person that I was to a better ratchet person than I am now. I'm still a sinner, but
a bougie ratchet person.
yeah, I'm a bougie ratchet person.
Enunciate your words now.
But God is good to me, just to, like I said, we haven't had a show in, about almost a month. I've been going through some serious things, as Tamika noted. I won't go into all the details about it, but, I was, literally fighting for my life, for things. And, it was some dark days, and you wouldn't know it. I would be on the show, you didn't know it. I didn't let people see it, but it was rough. And I thank God that I'm here today to be back on the set and talk and do things that I love to do, and that's talk to the people, talk to the young people, and talk to the people that have made an impact on this city, in some shape, form, or fashion through sports. And I thank these two for coming. I can't thank them enough. Steve, we talked a long time ago about him coming down, and Tamika's just a call away. And Steve was like, yeah, I'm going to come up. We're training right now, but as soon as I'm finished with training, I held him to it, and I called him like, nephew, you coming? He's like, I'm coming. I'll be down there Wednesday. And for him to take time away from his family to come down to this, small little podcast, we're not trying to make a nationwide publication out of it. We're just trying to get the people updated and see, who you got in front of you. And maybe you can learn from Steve, or maybe you can learn from Tamika. I would love if you do. And want to give them their flowers and give them their just due. So, again, I give all honor and praise to God. Tomorrow, we're doing a double show. We're going to do another show tomorrow, back to back, because I got some special guys coming in here. A couple guys, one guy, Coach Dallas Daniels, who's now going to Jackson State, who's got a story to tell. He's got a serious story to tell. Joseph Skates, who's got a story. He's now at Memphis, through way of Iowa State. Joseph played high school at Dunbar. Dallas played for me at Trotwood, state champion 2017. If you saw the picture that I put on Facebook, it's the perfect picture. Them checking each other, I don't know. Dallas was checking JoJo at that time, but it was just whoever got that picture that And I do believe, and like I told him the other day, because they come up to the school and they work out, they're showing our kids stuff. Now they're planting the seeds. They're planting those seeds back into the kids now, and I love it. I'm telling the kids, like, y'all need to listen to what Dallas got to tell you, because he's a kid that made it. He made it. He didn't go prop. He made it from where he was, from bouncing from JUCO to JUCO, Western Illinois to now Jackson State, and had options, but chose Jackson State. JoJo, who went to Iowa State, who they didn't think was going to make it out of Dunbar. He made it out. There was a struggle, getting his GPA where it had to be to get where he had to go. So they're on the show tomorrow. We're going to talk tomorrow. It's going to be special time, 6 o'clock tomorrow. So, you get to watch the game tomorrow evening, and we're going to do the show, and we're going to try and be done by 7:30.
Yeah, right.
We're going to try and be done by 7:30. We have to be done by 7:30.
We got to. We got 2 shows tomorrow.
Yeah, we got to be done by 7:30.
The Queen's conversation is 7:45.
So we're gonna do this tomorrow. So I thank you again for tuning in. Tell somebody we're back. I'm gonna tell you, I got some people coming. I got Brandon McKinney coming in. We're gonna talk to Brandon. We're gonna talk about the things that he's done in the NFL. And I got a special guest for y'all in a couple weeks. For all you football guys, I got Coach Pat Masters is gonna come in here and sit with me. You think,
My high school coach.
he was doing it big in the 80s and 90s, shipping black kids to college. This is the White Shadow, and he called me the other day. He was like, hey, Coach, what's up? Yeah, we're going. I'm like, oh, Coach Masters, yes. And I'm going to try and get Groundhog in here with him. If I can get that off.
You can.
You can do all things.
Pat,
Deshaun, call Coach Groundhog.
So I'm gonna reach out to Hog and try and get Hog in here with Coach Masters, and we're just gonna keep doing it because I'm, next is Deshaun. I'm trying to get two-time state Super Bowl champion. Nashawn got it in here.
Yeah.
Like I
From
said,
South Kakalaka.
Coach, I'm getting Derek Daniels in here, and we're gonna talk. So we're gonna be full. We're gonna do some big things in here. And I appreciate SMED.
Thanks,
and
man.
Peanut.
Yes, sir, bro.
SMED, you know,
Appreciate you.
y'all don't understand. I'm telling y'all, come give this man love, support this man's business and what he's doing, because he's trying to drop knowledge to y'all to how you can start your own business and be your own person, be your own boss. Peanut's trying to drop stock knowledge on y'all. Tune in and listen. Get that wisdom right there. You know, you don't have to hit that block. You can hit them stocks.
Bars!
Spin bars!
Like that.
You top 5.
I agree with that.
Now you in my top 5.
He's not in the top 5. Top 5.
You made top 5.
I hit that block.
Bars!
Hit them stocks.
Sign him up, man.
Has Jeff Graham been on the show?
Yes.
Sign him up.
Yes, he told his little story. We're not going to go there. So,
You need to have Jeff Graham on again.
tune in tomorrow.
We're signing off on that.
Tune in tomorrow. I love you all. Thank you for tuning in.
Love you,
I love y'all. I love you all. Thank you.
Yes,
my brothers.
Yeah.
6 o'clock tomorrow. Coach K Sports Corner. And we out.
You need some exit music.
Yeah.
What's up? I wanted to announce today that we do have a brand new film studio and video studio inside T-Shirt Kings. Photography, have a photo shoot or anything like that. We're having a special 30-minute shoot. As many pictures as you take, we just email them all to you. You don't have to worry about prints. You get your pictures back before you leave. And so everything that you've always imagined that a photo shoot or that video production should be, we're bringing it to you.